Chapter 1279, Heavenspan World. Chapter 1279, Heavenspan World. Old fart dustless. This kid already grasped control of heavenly Tao. Until when are you planning to hole up like a turtle? Kun was suddenly said. Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard that, somewhat uncertain what it meant, because Kun was said it to him. Suddenly, a faint gray shadow appeared in front of the two. It was an old man who had experienced many vicissitudes of life. The old man's figure was very faint until it was about the same as a transparent person. You piece of wood. You clearly know that I'm very weak right now. Still want to call me out. Dustless smiled as he scolded. Kun was smiled and said, Not that I wanted to call you out. It's him who requires your help. Dustless said with a bitter smile, You, all right then. Since it's his matters, it's not up to this old man to turn it down either. While talking, Dustless lightly swept at Mu Lingxue. A surge of mysterious power instantly wrapped her up. Following that, Mu Lingxue turned into an arc of flowing light and actually entered Yi Yuan's glabella. This scene made Yi Yuan jump in fright. Mu Lingxue actually entered inside the soul-suppressing pearl. Senior, this, Yi Yuan said in wonder. Kunwa smiled and said, Old fart dustless is the soul-suppressing pearl's artifact spirit. That move of mine can only preserve a trace of that S's spiritual consciousness from extinguish. Plussing, but it can't last for a long time either. Want to maintain her life force? You must borrow the soul-suppressing pearl's power. Yi Yuan's shock was by no means insignificant. He did not think that this old man was actually the soul-suppressing pearl's artifact spirit. He hurriedly gave a bow toward Dustless and said, Please, Senior. Yi Yuan could sense that Dustless's condition was not very good. Taking Mu Lingxue's physical body into the soul-suppressing pearl already expended considerable amounts of his strength. Dustless smiled and said, You're the soul-suppressing pearl new master. This is naturally what I should do. Moreover, without you, I wouldn't be able to reawaken as well. It's just that my current state is very unstable. Maintaining that little S's life force still requires the supplementation of soul force. Yi Yuan suddenly thought of that death soul tree and Li Gui. Could it be that death soul tree and Li Gui were actually devoured by this old man before his eyes? This idea gave Yi Yuan a fright. Someone as powerful as the death soul tree was actually devoured by the soul-suppressing pearl so effortlessly. The soul force supplementation that Senior talked about, could it be devouring divine souls? Yi Yuan asked. Dustless smiled and said, That's right. The immortal Grove region's life forms. Their soul force is too weak and is completely insufficient to let me recover. Only a fellow like the death soul tree can barely manage to satisfy my appetite. Yi Yuan was speechless for a while when he heard. The death soul tree was already an invincible existence in the divine realm. It was actually just barely able to satisfy his appetite. But thinking about it, Dustless only recovered this tiny bit after gobbling up the death soul tree. He was also relieved. The artifact spirit of an Empyrean spirit treasure was not what he could conjecture. The soul-suppressing pearl is a divine soul defensive type Empyrean spirit treasure. Its power is boundless. If old fart Dustless can recover to his peak state, even if a heavenly Empyrean arrives in person, they won't be able to attack your divine soul either. This kind of Empyrean spirit treasure, even in the Heavenspan world, it's also exceedingly rare. Clearly, Kunwu held the soul-suppressing pearl in very high esteem. But Dustless said with a smile, In my current state, I can at most only withstand the divine soul attacks of Heaven Glimpse Deity realm. Any stronger, and I'd probably have to fall into slumber again. Yi Yuan said curiously, that Death Soul Tree, the Death Soul Tree was born in the Immortal Grove region, while I'm Immortal Grove's Empyrean spirit treasure. No matter how strong he can't escape the palm of my hands either. Moreover, he was imprisoned in this forbidden region by this old man in the first place, originally planning on devouring him. The result was, I fell asleep myself first. Dustless said. Yi Yuan clicked his tongue in wonder when he heard, not expecting that there was actually still such a thing. Messing around for so long, this Death Soul Tree was actually just a nourishment that the soul-suppressing pearl was rearing in a pen. No wonder he cursed that old fart so fervently. Turned out that it was actually Dustless. Yi Yuan cupped his fist towards Kunwu and said, Senior, I wonder what the method to save Ling Xue is. What he was most concerned about right now was still this. Without a doubt, the method to save Mu Ling Xue was definitely in the world outside, something that even Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove could not accomplish. It could be imagined how difficult that was. This path was even more densely covered with thorns than his road of revenge. Kunwa smiled and said, You don't be anxious first. Since you're going to the Heavenspan world, I'll tell you about the Heavenspan world's situation first. Then you consider whether or go or not. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said, Senior, please say. Kunwa nodded his head and said, Heavenspan world and the Immortal Grove region are two totally different concepts. It's not a higher level SPAC compared to the Immortal Grove region, but a world that existed since time immemorial. The reason why it's called Heavenspan world is that there's a divine mountain. They're called Heavenspan Mountain. In the Heavenspan world, your so-called deity realm is only the starting point. Yi Yuan's expression changed. The meaning in Kunwa's words was that this existence that stood at the very summit of the Immortal Grove region, was only the most ordinary person if he went there just like a mortal. But toward the Heavenspan world, Yi Yuan still yearned for it more. He very much wanted to see just how strong that world's powerhouses are. Heavenspan world, Heavenspan mountain, Senior. Then what kind of existence is Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove in the Heavenspan world? Yi Yuan muttered. Kunwa smiled and said, Deity realm has a total of 6 major realms, namely Grotto Profound Deity realm, Heaven Glimpse Deity realm, Origin Deity realm, Divine Lord realm, Celestial Deity realm, as well as True G, O, D realm, above True G, O. D realm is the Heavenly Empyrean realm. Heavenly Empyreans are also major power S existences in the Heavenspan world, towering above Deity realm. And above Heavenly Empyrean realm, there's even Heavenly Emperor and Tao Ancestor, 2 great realms. The true masters of the Heavenspan world are the Tao Ancestors. Yi Yuan had his breath taken away from listening to it. He did not expect that the deity realm actually still had so many realms. Empyrean in his eyes is already an existence too lofty beyond reach. He did not expect that above Heavenly Empyrean, there were actually still even higher realms. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Kunwa smiled and said, Don't have that sort of unrealistic ideas anymore. The realm of Tao Ancestor is not what you can imagine. The Heavenspan world only has 9 Tao Ancestors. They are all paramount existences who obtain the recognition of a law, and they have already existed for countless billions of years. They are invincible existences, a law commanding recognition of a Tao Ancestor. Unless they die. Otherwise, even if your talent is even more heaven-defying than the Tao Ancestors, it's also impossible to reach their realm. Yi Yuan drew a cold breath when he heard that and said in horror, There's actually still such a thing? In Yi Yuan's understanding, as long as talent was sufficient, as long as effort was enough, One could step foot in a supreme realm one day, but his way of thinking did not seem to work in the heavenspan world. Only when a Tao ancestor died would a law become vacant. But a Tao ancestor was a powerhouse standing at the summit of the entire heavenspan world, who could make them fall, unless they killed each other. But Kunwa said that they had already existed for D knows how many billions of years. This indicated that neither one of them could do anything to the others. Hence, this became a paradox. What Kunwa said was right. Even if your talent was any more heaven-defying, it was also impossible to become a Tao ancestor. Kunwa looked at Yi Yuan's expression and smiled again as he said, I've said this isn't a thing that you should consider now. What you have to consider now is how to pass through the turbulent spatial flow. Chapter 1280, Tears of Life. Chapter 1280, Tears of Life. Spatial turbulent flow. Yi Yuan had a bewildered look, not sure what it meant. An Empyrean world is a sealed-off small world that is incompatible with the heavenspan world. In an Empyrean world, even if one cultivates to true D realm, they will also be unable to ascend to the heavenspan world, because every Empyrean world has a world locking gate. This world locking gate cuts off the Empyrean world and the heavenspan world. In between is endless spatial turbulent flow. Kunwu said. Yi Yuan was startled in his heart and said, Then the deity realm powerhouses 100,000 years ago, didn't they all pass through the world locking gate and entered the heavenspan world? A hint of disdain flashed across the corners of Kunwa's mouth, and he said, They went out through the world locking gate. As for how many were able to reach the heavenspan world, there's no way of knowing. Yi Yuan's eyes became wide saucers, finally understanding Kunwa's meaning. This turbulent spatial flow was too terrifying. The deity realm powerhouses that left the immortal Grove region 100,000 years ago were at least no less than 100 people. Even though the deity realm had declined, there were definitely heaven-glimpsed deity realm existences among them. Such a powerful lineup, but Kunwu used how many this quantifying term to describe it. It could be seen how many people would die in the turbulent spatial flow /sup. One had to know that those deity realm powerhouses were all the immortal Grove region's apex existences. Those who survived in this turbulent spatial flow was actually not even 1/10. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Kunwu knew that Yi Yuan understood and said with a smile, Now, you still want to go to the heavenspan world? A hint of viciousness flashed across in Yi Yuan's gaze, and he said, Even if this turbulent spatial flow is any more terrifying, it's also not as terrifying as losing Lingxue, the heavenspan world. I must go and brave it. Senior, please point out the right path. Kunwu laughed in spite of himself and said, Truly an infatuated one. But this turbulent spatial flow is just the first test that you have to face. The second condition is the truly difficult one. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said, Senior, please say. Kunwu was also solemn as he said, Legends have it that on the Heavenspan Mountain there's a kind of spring water called Tears of Life. In the legends, this Tears of Life flows down from the top of the Heavenspan Mountain. As long as one consumes a drop, even if they only have a trace of spiritual consciousness existing, they can come back to life too. It's rumored that very, very long ago, somebody had once found this Tears of Life before. But that's just a rumor. And, Body has really found it before. At least, with Immortal Grove's realm, he had never seen it before. Hearing Kunwu said so, Yi Yuan also heaved a sigh in relief. Senior, even if this junior has to dig 3 feet deep into the Heavenspan Mountain, I must also find this Tears of Life. Yi Yuan said firmly heaven rewards the faithful. If there was a glimmer of hope, he would not give up. He believed that there would come a day where he could find this tears of life. It was just that his words made Kunwu and Dustless laugh at the same time. Yi Yuan had a blank look, unsure what was going on. Dustless smiled lightly and said, "Kid, you're really an ignoramus who's fearless. That heaven pass, Sage Mountain isn't what you can dig as you like. That's the heaven-span world's Tao enlightening holy land. Only when you reach the divine Lord realm and open up an inner world can you step onto the heaven-span mountain. Otherwise, you'll be crushed into meat paste by the heaven-span mountain's power of laws. And divine Lord realm powerhouses can only climb up 10 miles. Further up, only by reaching celestial deity realm can one set foot on it. The things that heavenly Empyrean immortal grove haven't seen are at least above 10,000 miles. Even if you can cultivate to the heavenly Empyrean realm, no idea what year it will be already." Yi Yuan drew a cold breath when he heard. Only then did he know this heaven-span mountain's extraordinariness. He was still curious before why the world outside would be named after a mountain. It turned out that it was actually this reason. Kunwu added, "I forgot to tell you, the 9 great Tao ancestors gained enlightenment on Tao above 1,000,000 miles on the heaven-span mountain, and from there obtained the recognition of a law becoming a Tao ancestor. Many people all speculated, if there's really tears of life, it's very likely above 1,000,000 miles. But how much assurance do you feel you have in cultivating to become a Tao ancestor?" Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, finally knowing why Kunwu said that it was virtually impossible, because wanting to become a new Tao ancestor, there must be an old Tao ancestor who set away. This difficulty was simply comparable to ascending to heaven. Yi Yuan's expression instantly became incomparably ugly. He suddenly discovered that Kunwu saying so much was equivalent to wasting his breath. "Senior, could it be that there's no other way?" Yi Yuan said helplessly. Kunwu gave him a glance and said with a nod, "There are 2 more ways." Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, not expecting that Kunwu actually said 2 more ways all of a sudden. "Senior, please say—" A glimmer of hope could be seen in Yi Yuan's eyes again. Kunwu let out a sigh and said, "The first method is to invite one of the Tao ancestors to take action, and have him help look for the tears of life. The second method is to invite the life Tao ancestor to take action. What he obtained was the recognition of life laws. If he's willing to take action, he should be able to save this law. Of course, this is just my conjecture. In the heaven-span world, the strongest person that one is able to see is also just Heavenly Emperor. Tao ancestors have already not appeared for goodness knows how many years. And, Body had seen them before it all." Yi Yuan's mind was in a mess. Saying these words was pretty much the same as not saying. Summing these 3 methods up only had one point. That was that he must have a Tao ancestor take action, or reach the realm of Tao ancestor. This was virtually something impossible. Seeing Yi Yuan's absent-minded look, Kunwu and Dustless exchanged a glance, and was also helpless. They could see through Yi Yuan's feelings for Mu Lingxue, but wanting to save a person who only had a trace of spiritual consciousness remaining, this difficulty was too great. "Give up. This matter to you is simply impossible. In fact, in my opinion, the likelihood of you sing through the turbulent spatial flow is virtually 0. Stay in the immortal grove region to be your controller well." Kunwu let out a sigh and said, after a long time, Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath. His emotions seemed to have calmed down considerably. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Kunwu and Dustless also let out a sigh in relief at the same time. If Yi Yuan died in the turbulent spatial flow, the immortal grove region would become a masterless Empyrean world again. Before long, it would thoroughly decline and wither away. Their relations, H, I plus P with Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, was not shallow, and they were naturally unwilling to see this kind of thing happen. Senior, please tell me the way to Pa S through the world locking gate. Yi Yuan said with a resolute gaze. Kunwu, the two of them, were greatly surprised. They even thought that they heard wrongly. They already stated the pros and cons very clearly, but Yi Yuan was still obstinately stuck in a delusion. For a girl taking a completely impossible path and might have the possibility of losing his life at any moment, this was simply incomprehensible. The powerhouses of Heavenspan World were not what an Empyrean world's ant could be presumptuous enough to surmise. Even if Yi Yuan controlled the Immortal Grove region, he was still the bottommost level existence in the Heavenspan World. Even if Yi Yuan was amazingly talented in the Immortal Grove region reaching the Heavenspan World, even a dragon had to coil up too. You have to think carefully. Kun was said in a deep voice. Yi Yuan's expression was a never-before-seen determination. He nodded and said, I've thought of it very clearly. If I must become a Tao ancestor to save Ling Xue, then I'll become the Heavenspan World's 10th Tao ancestor. Chapter 1281. Heavenly Emperor Jiushang. Chapter 1281. Heavenly Emperor Jiushang, wildly arrogant, ignorant. Kunwu and Dustless virtually said it in unison. This kind of word could only be spoken by ignorant people. In the Heavenspan World, gifted powerhouses would boast exaggeratedly, saying that they could achieve Heavenly Empyrean, even Heavenly Emperor. But even for Heavenly Emperors, they also never dared to blow this kind of trumpet about becoming a Tao ancestor. Yi Yuan's gaze was an unprecedented firm, and he said lightly, ignorant is fine as well. Wildly arrogant also works. In this life, if I can't save Ling Xue, I'm willing to sink into depravity for all ages. Kunwa's emotions finally calmed down a little. He was indeed given a fright by Yi Yuan's words earlier, because in the Heavenspan World, Tao ancestor this realm was more like a totem. The ones active in front of the public were only Heavenly Emperors and Heavenly Empyreans. But at this time, Kunwa still felt Yi Yuan's powerful determination, the resolve to put everything on the line, to save his beloved. Forget it, you humans' feelings. I'm unable to understand. Since you want to seek death, then I'll tell you, the key to unlocking the world locking gate are the 4 symbol spirits. Kunwa said, and heaved a sigh. Yi Yuan was stunned. Only then did he understand the objective of Kanua capturing the spirit of the white tiger back then. It was actually to unlock the world locking gate. This way, back then when the Dragon Clan's old patriarch brought the sacred dragon token and left the Dragon Clan, as well as Long Zhan's departure, it was probably all related to the world locking gate. It was just that, don't know if they said through the turbulent spatial flow or not. Many thanks for Senior's guidance. This Junior still has some matters to deal with, and will take my leave first. Yi Yuan's figure moved, returning to the Dragon Clan sky once more. Kanua was still in Yi Yuan's imprisonment. Yi Yuan did not say a word and directly nailed a soul-locking nail onto Kanua's body. How? A scream that sounded like ghosts wailing and wolves howling reverberated throughout heaven and earth, making everyone get guseb. MPS. No idea where heaven-surmounting Divine King went to previously either, but his mood seems to be a lot better. The Spirit Snow Divine King is gone. Maybe the heaven-surmounting Divine King really has a way to save her. Sigh, hope that the Spirit Snow Divine King is fine. No matter what, that Kanua is dead for sure. Now, it's time for him to suffer the wrath of the heaven-surmounting Divine King. Yi Yuan did not say anything at all. He just nailed one soul-locking nail after another onto that cloud of black gas. These soul-locking nails were all pulled off from Mu Lingshua's body. This cloud of black gas was similar to the fiend race's divine soul. It was just that this kind of divine soul was exceedingly difficult to be killed. Even though Kanua was already very weak, currently, these soul-locking nails still could not kill Kanua. However, it was plenty to make him wish he was dead. The pain that Lingxue suffered, I hope that you can savor it well for a bit. Yi Yuan took his time and said, Yi Yuan could maneuver the power of heavenly Tao. Wanting to kill Kanua was seriously too easy. But how could killing him directly vent the hatred in his heart? At present, the human race's territory was virtually already a piece of scorched earth. The humans who died in this war numbered more than billions. All of these were caused by Kanua single-handedly, including the grudge of murdering his father. Mu Lingxue on the brink of death was also Kanua's meritorious deed. Yi Yuan's killing intent towards him could practically burst through the clouds. If Kanua had 10,000 lives, Yi Yuan would definitely kill him 10,000 times. Ah, Yi Yuan, spare me. I can't take it anymore. Ah. Kanua howled like a pig being slaughtered, and finally could not bear it anymore, opening his mouth and begging Yi Yuan for mercy. Yi Yuan's eyes were cold. Toward Kanua, he only had a monstrous hatred, without a shred of Shaun. The pain that you suffered is not yet 1/10,000th of Lingshue's. Just this, and you can't stand it already? Rest, Sure, this is just the beginning. Before I leave the Immortal Grove region, I'll make you experience what is called true despair. Yi Yuan said coldly. Yi Yuan researched greatly into the divine soul path in the first place. Regarding methods of torturing people, he could be said to have it at his fingertips. Now, he stepped into the deity realm and took control of heavenly Tao. Dealing with Kanua, he could switch things up and play for as long as several years. It was just that normally, facing the enemy, he was disdainful to do so. That was all. But toward Kanua, it was an exception. The crimes that Kanua committed were too numerous to be recorded. He must suffer endless agony and die. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, that cloud of black gas gave off a tremble, terrified to the extreme. Yi Yuan, I was wrong. I really know that I was wrong. Since you know that you were wrong, then you have to make atonement. Now is the time where you atone for your crimes. Yi Yuan said lightly, You'll die a horrible death. Do you think that by breaking through to the deity realm, you can pass through the turbulent spatial flow? You're alone. It's impossible to pass through the turbulent spatial flow. You're dead for sure. That I don't need you to worry about. Before that, you'd definitely be dead already. Yi Yuan lightly threw down a sentence, but turned around and walked to another place, leaving Kanua there howling miserably. He already set up various means. Taking turns one by one, it would make Kanua ecstatic to the extreme until he wished he was dead. Not far away from Kanua, a beautiful woman was similarly shackled in the air. This person was naturally Yuji. Compared to Kanua, Yuji's treatment was much better. It was merely being imprisoned. Seeing Yi Yuan walk in, a thick look of fear revealed in Yuji's eyes. She completely did not expect that this young man actually inherited this dilapidated world, taking control of heavenly Tao. Even if Yi Yuan really broke through to deity realm by relying on the fiend source bead, it was also not possible for Kanua to be defeated so thoroughly. But under the heavenly Tao, they did not have the least bit of strength to resist at all. Kanua's outcome, you saw it. Say the purpose of you guys coming here. I can give you all a quick death. Yi Yuan said coolly. Under Yi Yuan's means, they could not even commit suicide. Hence, granting you G death was already the greatest grace to her. that extremely pitiful voice of Kanua's still entered Yu Ji's ears repeatedly. Yu Ji's face changed, falling silent. Yi Yuan did not urge either, quietly waiting for Yu Ji to open her mouth. He knew that Yu Ji would definitely capitulate. Sure enough, before long, Yu Ji opened her mouth. "We're here for those 2 Empyrean spirit treasures in your hands. Of course, we were even planning on cultivating a demonic skill with the help of the living creatures here, and break through to the Divine Lord realm." Yu Ji said. When saying these, she secretly looked to size up Yi Yuan, fearful that he would suddenly rampage. However, Yi Yuan did not reveal any expression on his face. She could not guess what Yi Yuan was thinking at all. "Who sent you all here?" Yi Yuan said coolly. Yu Ji's gaze turned intent, and she said, It was Heavenly Emperor Jiao Shang." The expression on Yi Yuan's face finally had a hint of change. He never would have thought that behind Kanua and Yu Ji was actually a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. A Heavenly Emperor powerhouse that was a powerhouse at the very apex of the Heavenspan world. Originally, Yi Yuan was still planning on finding their main instigator behind the scenes. After he cultivated to a certain realm, he would then take revenge. Looks like now he had to give the matter further considerations. There's enmity between Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove and Heavenly Emperor Jiao Shang? Yi Yuan asked again. Chapter 1282, An Ant Trying to Topple a Tree. Chapter 1282, An Ant Trying to Topple a Tree. Yu Ji nodded her head and said, Heavenly Emperor Jiao Shang was a fiend race, newly ascended Heavenly Emperor 1,000,000 years ago. Back then, he was an Empyrean powerhouse at the height of his popularity, along with Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove and several others. They all had extremely high hopes of breaking through to the Heavenly Emperor realm, and among them, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove and Heavenly Emperor Jiao Shang had been enemies for a long time already. After that, Heavenly Emperor Jiao Shang obtained a Heavenly Emperor Dao fruit in a Heavenly Emperor world, and broke through to the Heavenly Emperor realm first. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said, It was Heavenly Emperor Jiao Shang who killed Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, and then sent you all here to seize treasures? Yu Ji gave a bitter laugh and said, In the eyes of a Heavenly Emperor, we're merely ants. We haven't even reached the Divine Lord realm. So how can we possibly reach Heavenly Emperor Jiao Shang's level? Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was also not killed by Heavenly Emperor Jiao Shang. His means were exceedingly formidable. Even a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse found it difficult to kill him too. Heavenly Emperor Jiao Shang just severely wounded him. As for who killed him, it's unknown. From Yu Ji's words, Yi Yuan had a preliminary impression of the Heavenspan world as well. The Heavenspan world was similarly a world filled with slaughter and struggles. In fact, it might be even more brutal than the Immortal Grove region. Yi Yuan even suspected that because Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was too severely injured, he was killed by some thieves and the likes who were coveting treasures. Except that had nothing much to do with Yi Yuan anymore. Yi Yuan knew very little about Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, and was far from talking about love or hate. The Immortal Grove region, choosing himself, was just a kind of instinctive protection towards the Heavenly Tao itself. It just thought that he could take on the responsibility. Putting it bluntly, it was a kind of mutual exploitation. While he did not fail to live up to the Heavenly Tao's expectations, either achieving his present realm, this kind of inheritance was different from Long Tongue's inheritance. Yi Yuan did not have the obligation to go and help him take revenge, but Kanua and Yu Ji were sent by Heavenly Emperor Jiao Shang, so that was different. Disregarding that he was Heavenly Emperor Jiao Shang, even if he was Tao ancestor Jiao Shang, Yi Yuan would definitely eradicate him, too. It was just that looking at it now, the hope was very slim. Yi Yuan did not speak, waiting for Yu Ji to continue talking. Heavenly Emperor Jiushang had always coveted Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's soul-suppressing pearl and wanted to make it his own. Hence, that's why he sent Kanua and me to search for the Immortal Grove region. As a result, it was indeed found by us. Yu Ji said. Yi Yuan's gaze was scorching as he said, Heavenly Emperor Jiushang already ascended to the Heavenly Emperor realm. So why would he still covet an Empyrean spirit treasure? Yu Ji smiled bitterly and said, the rarity of Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures can be described seldom seen, and the soul-suppressing pearl could be said to be top grade among the Ma. SES. It was precisely because Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove had this Empyrean spirit treasure that he had always suppressed Heavenly Emperor Jiushang. It's just that didn't expect that Heavenly Emperor Jiushang's luck was better than Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's. In the end, it was he who broke through first. Yi Yuan nodded his head, finally having a rough understanding of the beginning and end of the fiend race's invasion. Heavenly Emperor Jiushang. Is it? One day, I'll let you know that ants can topple trees too. Yi Yuan's gaze was sharp, seething with killing intent. Seeing this scene, Yu Ji could not help being stunned. This kind of big talk, only this one in front of her dared to say it. A Heavenly Emperor was the strongest existence in the heavenspan world. Even Heavenly Emperor Jiushang, who had just ascended 1,000,000 years ago, was also not what an Empyrean world's ant could resist. The great battle already stopped, but the divine realm was still making progress with no signs of stopping. The entire human territory was already utterly destroyed by this war. The original human race setup was already thoroughly smashed. Countless human martial artists were turned into fiend slaves by Kanua and then utterly obliterated by that attack of Yi Yuan's. The remaining humans returning to the human region anew were bound to experience a very long period of shuffling. However, these were all not what Yi Yuan was concerned about. Humans were especially adept at the law of survival. Once time Pa-S said they would definitely establish a new order. When Yi Yuan returned to the Dragon Clan, Fang Tian led everyone over. They naturally inquired about Mu Lingshue's situation right away. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, Lingxue is fine for the time being. It's just that her situation is very bad. Senior, I came back to tell you all that I'm leaving. Brother Tung, the divine realms matters in the future will have to trouble you. Yi Yuan's words made everyone startled. Fang Tian's expression changed, and he said, Sure enough, are you going to the outside world? Yi Yuan revealed a look of surprise and immediately smiled and said, Looks like Senior already guessed it. This world that we're in is merely a small world that a martial Dao powerhouse opened up called Immortal Grove Region. Outside, there's an even broader world. Want to save Lingxue? I have to go there. Even if Fang Tian already guessed it, hearing Yi Yuan say it out, he was still shaken to the core. Yi Yuan, just what realm are you at right now? It seems like the deity realm isn't as strong as you. Fang Tian drew a deep breath and said. When the others heard this, they also could not help perking their ears up. This was the question that every one of them paid attention to. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I'm indeed initial stage grotto profound deity realm currently. It's just that my situation is somewhat special. If I really have to say, I'm barely considered half master of the Immortal Grove region. Hiss, everyone drew a cold breath. This matter was not difficult to understand. That was also to say that Yi Yuan was the Immortal Grove region's true G. O-D-A-G. O-D that towered above all beings. Recalling Yi Yuan's growth experiences, everyone felt like they were dreaming. Then do we still have hopes of breaking through to the deity realm? Tung Yun asked with fear and anxiety in his heart. This question was similarly the question that everyone was most concerned with. Since Yi Yuan broke through to deity realm, then could they break through to the deity realm or not? But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I induced heavenly Tao with alchemy Tao, completing the heavenly Tao of initial stage grotto profound deity realm within my body, obtaining heavenly Tao's recognition from there. You guys are unable to replicate it. Hearing Yi Yuan's reply, everyone's faces all involuntarily revealed a look of disappointment. Yi Yuan smiled and continued, but everybody rest a.s. Sure, this is just temporary. As long as I can reach the outside world, when my strength increases in the future, I'll naturally have ways to make immortal grove, heavenly Tao rise again. At that time, all of you will be able to break through to the deity realm. One sentence made everyone pleasantly surprised, except Fang Tian's expression was still somewhat unnatural. He discerned the overtones in Yi Yuan's words. Everyone dispersed. There was only Fang Tian and Yi Yuan left inside the great hall. Fang Tian said, Yi Yuan, tell me honestly, this departure for the outside world probably won't be so smooth, right? Yi Yuan smiled. He knew that he could not hide from Fang Tian. Hence, he briefly recounted the matters of the turbulent spatial flow, including the riddle of the disappearance of the deity realm powerhouses 100,000 years ago. Fang Tian's heart shook when he heard this. He was aware how perilous that turbulent spatial flow was. No way. You definitely can't go. Over 100,000 years ago, there were at least 100 deity realm powerhouses. They faced near certain death when banding up together and entering the turbulent spatial flow. You by yourself, how can you possibly pass through the turbulent spatial flow? Fang Tian said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, Senior, my mind is made up. Don't urge anymore. Ling Xue sacrificed her divine soul for me. How can I watch her die helplessly? Don't talk about near certain death. Even if it's a certain death, I have to brave it too. Seeing Yi Yuan's attitude, Fang Tian knew that he could not persuade. Hence he let out a sigh and said, You're a good boy that regards feelings and ties highly. Forget it. On your trip, you must be careful. Chapter 1283, Breaking the Seal. Chapter 1283, Breaking the Seal. Lear, sorry. Under the moonlight, Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli stood side by side, the words full of guilt. According to Yi Yuan's original plans, once he was able to break through to the deity realm and end the fiend calamity, he would give Yu Mengli a glorious wedding. But now, everything went up in smoke. Mu Lingxue sacrificed her divine soul for him, leaving just a trace of spiritual consciousness left. Yi Yuan was seriously unable to marry Li'er. With 2 lifetimes, Yi Yuan discovered that he actually fell in love with 2 people at the same time. Yi Yuan always thought that he could put down Mu Lingxue. But that moment when Mu Lingxue unleashed ice ceiling 10,000 miles, Yi Yuan's entire person seemed to be siphoned empty. Only at that moment did Yi Yuan discover that the more he suppressed them, the deeper the feelings toward Mu Lingxue. Don't say sorry. If really want to say it, it should be me who says so. If not for my selfishness, maybe when you and elder sister Mu reunited, you'd have already walked together. Such a thing wouldn't have happened as well. Talking up to here, Lear involuntarily shed tears. She was grieving for Mu Lingxue. These few days, Lear was constantly plussing her face with tears. That scene of Mu Lingxue sacrificing the divine soul, she saw it clearly inside the vast heaven pag. Oh, duh. At that time, her heart shattered. She did not think that Mu Lingxue would actually be so decisive. Only at that moment did she know that Mu Lingshua's love for Yi Yuan was not the least bit less than hers. Only the depths of love would have such unhesitatingness. Lear was certain that if it was changed to her, she would likewise do so without the slightest hesitation. But there was no if. The one crucified on the cross was Mu Lingxue. In that instant, she suddenly felt somewhat envious of the Spirit Snow Divine King. Because of those words, Yi Yuan would engrave it even deeper in his heart. Yi Yuan lightly pulled Lier into his embrace and said with a sigh, "Silly girl, don't cry any more. You understand my heart. Lingshue's matters was a great blow to me. But your position in my heart isn't inferior to Lingshue's. It's just that her current condition, I truly can't deceive myself and go soaring away like a pair of birds forever." Sure enough, Yi Yuan's words made Lier stop crying. She could not bear to make Yi Yuan even more upset. "Big brother Yuan, don't say any more. I understand. Go to the heaven-span world. You must save elder sister Mu. Otherwise, I'd really not have the face to live on. If, I absolutely won't live on my own." Yi Yuan helped her wipe away tears and said with a smile, "There's no if. Don't you trust me?" Lier raised her head to look at Yi Yuan and nodded her head firmly. The turbulent spatial flow was incomparably violent. If Yi Yuan brought the vast heaven pack, into it, it would be crushed into smithereens by the turbulent spatial flow. Hence, Yi Yuan could only pass through the turbulent spatial flow alone. Yi Yuan already separated the vast heaven pack, and vast heaven steel. He would bring the vast heaven steel and soul-suppressing pearl and pass through the world-locking gate. You stay behind with white light and cultivate in peace. Come the day when you guys break through to the deity realm, that will be the point where I have preliminary success in the heaven-span world." Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan was currently considered half-master. When his cultivation reached the Divine Lord realm, the Divine Realm's heavenly Tao would naturally strengthen anew. At that time, the Divine Realm's martial artists would be able to break through to the deity realm anew. Rest assured, big brother Yuan, I'll work hard on cultivating." Lier said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "And your strength advances at a tremendous pace. There are already not many able to outperform you in the divine realm. I can naturally rest assured. Tomorrow, I'll let Senior Skydistant out, as long as he's around, and, body in the divine realm can overturn the heavens. When my strength is sufficient, I'll return to see you." But when Yi Yuan appeared in front of Skydistant again, it gave Skydistant a fright. He used an expression like he had seen a ghost to look at Yi Yuan and said in incredible shock, You actually broke through to the deity realm? This is impossible. Heavenly Tao is missing. How did you break through to the deity realm?" He did not believe this kind of bizarre thing, but that powerful aura of Yi Yuan, even he quivered endlessly. This could not fool anyone. Yi Yuan did not reply to his question, but said with a scoff, Senior Skydistant has been suppressed by Zuozong for as long as 1,000,000 years. Seems like you're not anxious to get out at all." Skydistant froze again and said, "Go out. Don't joke around. Don't tell me that you're here to let me out." Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "That's how it is." Skydistant said crossly, "Brat, you aren't here to specially make fun of me after breaking through to the deity realm, right? Even if you broke through to the deity realm, you're also just initial stage grotto profound deity realm. How can this bit of strength possibly let me out? This joke isn't funny at all." Yi Yuan smiled without saying a word, reaching his hand out towards the void a bit. The entire blood-rain wilderness started trembling violently. The demonic beasts and medicine spirits were all in a tizzy not knowing what was happening. Boom. An afterimage shattered the fetters of S, P, A, C, leaping straight out from the depths of the 7th level. A burly man appeared in front of Yi Yuan. Who could it be if not Sky Distant? It was just that shock was written all over Sky Distant's face. Yi Yuan's casual move broke Suozong's seal. How is this possible? It turned out that Yi Yuan was really not here to make fun of him, but to really let him out. Congratulations to your excellency for seeing the light of day again. Suozong's seal being broken by Yi Yuan with a finger, the current blood-rain wilderness was consolidated into an enormous medicine garden by Yi Yuan with a great divine ability. When the original 6th level's 3 great kings saw Sky Distant appear, they all came forward to congratulate. Sky Distant waved his hand impatiently, staring fixedly at Yi Yuan. He said, "Boy, what on earth is going on? Even if absolute heaven reincarnates, it's also impossible to break the seal that Suozong laid down so easily. How did you do it?" Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Under the heavenly Tao, what does Suozong count for?" Sky Distant's entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan like he had seen a ghost. He was too shocked just now, his brain short-circuiting for a moment, and did not come back to his senses. Thinking back now, that finger of Yi Yuan's earlier was incomparably profound. He could not fathom it at all. That was the aura of Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao was actually being used by Yi Yuan? Sky Distant was instantly thrown into confusion. This kind of thing could not be understood at all. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of keeping him in suspense, briefly recounting the events that happened these few years, including the matter of the great Tao pill refinement and exterminating the fiend race. Sky Distant's brain, that had just recovered a little, fell into a short circuit once more. The 3 great kings were similarly like so. They exchanged glances, their faces full of disbelief, recalling when Yi Yuan entered the blood-rain wilderness back then. He was just an ant-like existence in their eyes. In just a few years' time, he actually became the master that towered above all life. This kind of feeling was completely like having a dream. Why you're saying that heavenly fiend Ji, oh, Di Kanua and Yu Ji are already suppressed by you and about to be executed right away? Sky Distant said. Mentioning Kanua, the killing intent in Yi Yuan's body involuntarily spread out. Including Sky Distant, everyone's heart shuddered. Just a surge of aura was actually so terrifying. This was the strength of the controller. Chapter 1284, Law Enforcement Hall. Chapter 1284, Law Enforcement Hall. Your Excellency, according to your instructions, all humans have already been expelled out of the demon region. Moreover, the Mystic Gate has already issued the order, announcing dissolution. In the hall, Chao Yunji reported to Yi Yuan about the direction of the human race's progress very meticulously. The human race had its own set of survival rules, with Yi Yuan chasing them out of the demon region. Before long, they would form a new arrangement. The demon race's losses were similarly very heavy in order to resist the assault of the fiend race, and they needed to rest and build up strength. Yi Yuan already issued a strict order. Within 100 years, if any humans invade the demon region, they would be killed without mercy. Even though the martial artist world was originally the weak being prey and the strong feasts, Yi Yuan did not wish to repeat the same mistake as with the Stoneman clan's incident. After hearing the instructions, Yi Yuan said coolly, "You've done very well." Although the Mystic Gate has already disbanded, the fiend calamity this time probably requires 1,000 years, even longer, before we can recover some vitality. During this period, the divine realm naturally can't avoid killing. Hence, I'm preparing to set up a law enforcement hall, which is independent of the divine realm, specifically to punish those people who are utterly devoid of conscience. This law enforcement hall will be managed by Senior Sky Distant. The operation of the law enforcement hall will be left to you to be in charge then. Chow Yunji trembled all over, but the look of wild ecstasy on his face could not be concealed, no matter what. He was extremely clever. How could he not understand the significance of this law enforcement hall? This shall be a powerful force that transcended the entire divine realm. It shall be the heaven-surmounting divine king's spokesperson. With Yi Yuan's, this force could be said to be the divine realm's overlord. While he would be this force's operator in practice, the scope of his authority could be said to surpass the divine realm. Chow Yunji already knew that Sky Distant's strength was even stronger than Fong Tian. Furthermore, establish plussing this law enforcement hall, the spirit bristle divine king, they all would definitely join. This was actually just another mystic gate. He indeed bet correctly back then. Chow Yunji prostrated on the ground and said agitatedly, Yunji thanks Your Excellency for the promotion. Yunji will definitely do his very best to serve till the end of his days. Yi Yuan looked at him with a smile that was not a smile and said, having you be in charge of the law enforcement hall's operation is naturally because you have this ability. You're a clever man and should know how great the authority I've bestowed upon you. But if you dare to use power to seek personal gain, making use of the law enforcement hall's strength to eliminate dissidents and build your own force, Kanawa's outcome, you saw it. Yi Yuan's tone became increasingly colder. Chow Yunji felt like the entire sky was almost collapsing, making him instantly feel like he had fallen into an ice cellar. The wild elation from before instantly turned into a mountain-like pressure. Right now, Kanawa was still wailing incessantly in the sky. Just a moment ago, a whole bunch of thoughts had indeed flashed across in his inner heart. But now, a fire in his heart burned all these thoughts away. This one in front of him was the divine realm's master, an existence that controlled heavenly Tao. His might made the entire world tremble. No one could surpass him. Your Excellency, rest assured. Even if you lend Yunji 100 galls, Yunji won't dare either. Chow Yunji hurriedly said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, I can naturally trust you, but let's get the unpleasantness out of the way first. On my trip to the outside world, firstly, it is in order to save Lingxue. In addition, it's also for the sake of rebirthing the divine realm's glory. If I discover that somebody stabbed me in the back, I'll make him wish he's dead. Understood. Chow Yunji's expression turned fearful, and he said, Yunji understands. Seeing Chow Yunji's appearance, Yi Yuan knew that his words took effect. Chow Yunji was a smart man and also indeed the best candidate to manage the law enforcement hall. But he was absolutely not an upright gentleman. If he did not knock and beat him, he might do something in the future. Behind the world locking gate, the danger of the turbulent spatial flow, apart from Lear, White Light, they all, only Fong Tian alone knew. Even if Yi Yuan really met with some mishap inside the turbulent spatial flow, Chow Yunji absolutely would not dare to mess around either. Chow Yunji was very clearly how powerful Yi Yuan's current strength was. And you're a clever person and should be able to guess my objective of establish. Plussing this law enforcement hall. This law enforcement hall's constant. Tushin will be drawn up by you. I just want one point, that is not to intervene in the divine realm's affairs. But also don't allow extreme things to happen. Got it? Yi Yuan said solemnly. Yi Yuan's goal was very simple. He just wanted to come up with a transcendental force to grasp the divine realm's developmental direction. The existence of the law enforcement hall was much higher than the status of the holy city. What it represented was Yi Yuan himself. When Yi Yuan is not in the divine realm, it would be up to the law enforcement hall to manage the divine realm on his behalf. Chow Yunji's expression became stern, and he said, "Your Excellency, rest assured. Yunji will definitely satisfy Your Excellency." After Chow Yunji left, Sky Distant and Fang Tian walked out from behind the curtains. After Sky Distant was rescued by Yi Yuan, he immediately took action and thoroughly annihilated the Yu Soul Sex Dao legacy. With his strength, Cloud Sky, they all did not have any room to resist at all. Being suppressed for 1,000,000 years, Sky Distant finally vented a breath of foul air. Of course, this was all thanks to Yi Yuan. He was originally not planning on coming out already. Did not expect that Yi Yuan actually took control of Heavenly Dao and easily let him out. Fine means carrot and stick. Even if you leave the divine realm, that kid probably won't dare to seek power for personal gains either, said Sky Distant, who raised a thumbs up to Yi Yuan. This boy is really a freak. Not only is he a cultivation genius, but he also has a very good grasp on the human heart. Chow Yunji, that brat is a real piece of work. Disregarding his formidable strength, his cunningness is also first-rate. If Yi Yuan doesn't play this move, even Ting Yun, the few of them, might end up as his hired thugs too. But no matter how he jumps around, he's also completely cornered by Yi Yuan. Fang Tian also laughed and said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "There are no two ways about it. He's still afraid of my strength. In front of absolute strength, any schemes are useless." Fang Tian nodded and said, "That's right. With your current strength, it's not up to Chow Yunji to not fear the sword suspending above." Sky Distant said, "Yi Yuan, when are you planning on leaving?" Yi Yuan said, "After 3 months. Only after I settle the divine realms matters can I leave without any fears of trouble back at home." Before leaving, the things that Yi Yuan had to do were too many. Lure, white light. He had to placate all of them well. Apart from this, he even took the time to make a trip to the lower realms and fetched Yi Hang and the rest to the divine realm. With his current strength, doing these was just a matter of a single thought. Yi Yuan prepared many medicinal pills for Yi Hang's family, sufficient for them to cultivate to the divine king realm. This departure for the heavenspan world, Yi Yuan did not know how long he would travel, but Yi Yuan knew that over there, 1,000,000 years was but a snap of a finger. Yi Yuan did not wish for when he returned. His parents already returned from dust to dust. Having Yi Hang they all cultivate to divine king realm and supplementing with medicinal pills, it was sufficient for them to live for as long as several tens of thousands of years. The few people were currently chatting when Yi Yuan's mind suddenly stirred, his brows knitting together. Through Heavenly Dao, Yi Yuan detected that somewhere in the divine realm there was a surge of terrifying undulation that billowed to the sky. "What's wrong, Yi Yuan?" Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Fang Tian asked in a solemn voice. Chapter 1285. Array Amplifying Heavenly Dao. Chapter 1285. Array Amplifying Heavenly Dao. Somebody triggered the Heavenly Dao, wanting to break through to the deity realm. Yi Yuan said with a frown. Sky Distant and Fang Tian exchanged a glance when they heard that, both incredibly shocked. How is this possible? In this world, apart from you, there's actually still someone capable of breaking through to the deity realm? Fang Tian said with a look of disbelief. When it came to talent, he, Fang Tian, could be said to be the greatest in the divine realm. Even he was unable to break through to deity realm. So how could someone possibly break through to the deity realm? He conceded to Yi Yuan, but other people breaking through to deity realm, he was unconvinced. Yeah, you wouldn't have been mistaken, right? To say that there's still someone capable of breaking through to deity realm, I won't believe even if you beat me to death. Sky Distant said. Yi Yuan suddenly said. I only said that somebody is breaking through to the deity realm. I didn't say that he broke through to the deity realm. If barring no accidents, he's probably going to fail. Only upon hearing Yi Yuan's words did the two people's expressions become a little better. But they were very curious just who was breaking through to the deity realm. Those with the qualifications to break through to the deity realm in the divine realm were just those few. There was no reason that they did not know. However, his breakthrough method is really indulging in the wildest of fantasy. It's too bad, too bad. Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Yi Yuan's words involuntarily aroused the two people's curiosity. Yi Yuan, just what in the world is happening? Are you trying to exasperate me to death? Skydistant said anxiously. Yi Yuan smiled slightly. His mind stirred, and he arrived at the summit of a tall mountain. Three people stood in the air, looking at the raging storm in the distance. When Skydistant and Fang Tian saw this scene, their faces revealed an astonished look at the same time. Fang Tian's gaze turned intent, and he exclaimed, Grand Yen Divine King, this is the aura of heavenly Tao. He actually used array formations to derive heavenly Tao. This powerhouse that was currently breaking through to the deity realm was actually the Grand Yen Divine King Lu Linfeng. During the turmoil with the fiend race, he never showed himself all along. Fang Tian did not expect that he was actually preparing to break through to the deity realm. Although he could not see his true body, Fang Tian was not foreign to Lu Linfeng's aura and recognized it at a glance. Skydistant was also unbelievably shocked and exclaimed, He's actually going to create a heavenly Tao that belongs to him. This guy is really a genius. In the distance, inside the array formation, a sacred aura surged to the sky. That array formation subverted their past understanding. Within the scope of the array formation, there was a very unique atmosphere. That atmosphere did not belong to the Immortal Grove region, but it belonged to the Grand Yen Divine King himself. The array formations area was akin to another world, appearing out of place with the surrounding environment. Grand Yen Divine King Lu Linfeng actually derived heavenly Tao with formation Tao, creating a heavenly Tao that belonged to him. This way of thinking could not be said to not be genius. Furthermore, it seemed like he was already not far away from success. It was precisely because so that Skydistant and Fang Tian would be so visibly moved. However, Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, Doing this, he'll suffer the wrath of heaven. Skydistant duo trembled all over, looking toward Yi Yuan, uncertain what it meant. If other people said these kinds of words, they would definitely turn their noses up and scoff. But in this Immortal Grove region, no one had more authority to say this kind of words than Yi Yuan. His words virtually represented the heavenly Tao. He said that he would suffer the wrath of heaven. Then he would definitely suffer heaven's condemnation. Except they did not understand. Why would such a shockingly brilliant idea suffer heaven's condemnation? Old Fart Lu is indeed a rare genius. Even if his strength is slightly weaker than Zhuge Qingxian and Brother Tongue, he clearly has more ideas than the Mondao. It's just a shame that Old Fart Lu is pulling up seedlings to help them grow here. Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Pulling up seedlings to help them grow? The two said with a puzzled look. Yi Yuan nodded his head and explained, creating heavenly Tao, that is something that only Divine Lord Realm can do. Old Fart Lu is only half deity realm. How can he be capable of creating a heavenly Tao belonging to him? Furthermore, in the Immortal Grove region, heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's heavenly Tao rejects all other heavenly Taos. Him creating a heavenly Tao that belongs to him, that is challenging the prestige of heavenly Tao. How can heavenly Tao not eradicate him? This idea seems genius, but actually it's no different from seeking death. Yi Yuan's words made the two shudder with fear. The two of them were half-deity realm powerhouses. Moreover, their concepts were already comprehended to heaven glimpse deity realm. But regarding Heavenly Tao's understanding, they could not even catch up to Yi Yuan by whipping their horses. They only felt that Lu Linfeng's aura was incomparably powerful, charging straight for deity realm, but did not expect that there were actually still so many tricks involved. As if affirming Yi Yuan's words, an apocalyptic aura descended from the sky at this time. Sky distant, and Fang Tian's countenance suddenly changed. This aura was even stronger than what Yi Yuan exhibited. At this time, they finally understood Yi Yuan's words. Heavenly Tao was enraged. Lu Linfeng's approach already thoroughly infuriated Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao had no consciousness. It was just a kind of extremely mysterious rule. Everything was a primitive instinct. The immortal grove regions, Heavenly Tao was the rules that Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove set. Now, someone was challenging the prestige of Heavenly Tao. It instinctively wanted to give it a catastrophic blow. Hence, this terrifying heavenly tribulation descended from the sky. A dark yellow lightning bolt plummeted straight down from the clouds. This lightning bolt was like a towering tree that reached the heavens, incomparably thick. The target was precisely the grand array that Lu Linfeng set up. The commotion of Lu Linfeng's breakthrough was indeed huge, but he already realized that his way of doing things would not work. The array formation already showed signs of instability. This terrifying heavenly tribulation arriving at this time, his gaze revealed a look of despair. Only at this time did he realize that he seemed to have angered Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao wanted to kill him and be done with it. Just as that incomparably thick lightning bolt was about to fall on the array formation, a gentle power of Heavenly Tao overlapped on top of his array formation. When that dark yellow lightning bolt landed on it, it actually directly dissipated into nothingness. The Lu Linfeng inside the array formation was incomparably shocked as he looked at this scene. He did not expect that this heavenly tribulation was actually all talk, no action. Poor work. It was not up to him to be shocked. The breakthrough failing caused him to suffer a tremendous backlash, fresh blood spurting wildly, when everything evaporated away. Only then did Lu Linfeng saw clearly that there were 3 figures in the distance currently looking at him. This made him greatly surprised. In order to ensure that his breakthrough was not interrupted, he set up many large formations around him. Even Peak Void Mystic absolutely could not barge inside either. But these 3 people actually entered effortlessly. Furthermore, he actually did not detect it in the slightest. If the 3 people touched the array formation, his breakthrough would have long failed. The 3 silhouettes flashed and arrived in front of him in a blink of an eye. Seeing the arrivals, Lu Linfeng's gaze turned intent, and he said in surprise, "Ji Qiyun, was it you who saved me?" Lu Linfeng was not a fool. The might of that bolt of heavenly tribulation before could virtually destroy the heavens and decimate the heaven. But it started off with a large bang and ended with a whimper, finally dissipating into nothing. This was definitely someone making a move to assist, except that kind of Heavenly Tao's might, who had this ability to save him. Lu Linfeng had always focused on close seclusion, making preparations for today's breakthrough. Regarding the divine realms matters, he did not have the slightest clue. Suddenly, his entire body trembled, and his gaze revealed astoundment as he said, You broke through to the deity realm? This is impossible. I must have seen it wrongly. Chapter 1286, World-Locking Gate. Chapter 1286, World-Locking Gate. This person, Yi Yuan, in front of him gave Lu Linfeng a feeling of being above the clouds. This kind of strength, what was it if not someone in the deity realm? Furthermore, Lu Linfeng faintly had a feeling earlier that aura that saved him was actually identical with the heavenly Tao's. Fang Tian looked at Lu Linfeng with sympathy and said, "You didn't guess wrongly. Yi Yuan, he indeed broke through to deity realm. He is now the divine realm's sole deity realm powerhouse." Lu Linfeng's entire body trembled. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was full of bizarreness. For the sake of today, he had prepared for who knows how many years and expended D knows how much effort. Before today, Lu Linfeng had been very confident. He was confident that his approach was the most genius idea in the divine realm's 100,000 years. Not saying that it was definitely able to break through to the deity realm, but it was absolutely the most promising. In the end, he failed. This was originally nothing. After all, over these 100,000 years, the people who failed were too many. But a deity realm powerhouse actually really showed up in front of him. Nothing was more demoralizing than this. Yi Yuan knew that him appearing at this time was not some good timing. But Lu Linfeng's relations, I plus P with him was not shallow. To really calculate, he was even half a disciple of his. Allowing Lu Linfeng to be killed by heavenly tribulation, Yi Yuan could not do it. Impossible. Even I failed, and you, how did you accomplish it? Lu Linfeng said, battered out of his senses. These words sounded very arrogant, but Lu Linfeng indeed had the capital to be arrogant. He derived a heavenly Tao belonging to him with formation Tao. This talent, this boldness, this strength, apart from Yi Yuan, there really was not a second person. Even Fang Tian was also inferior to Lu Linfeng in certain aspects. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What you walk on is the formation Tao, what I walk on is the alchemy Tao. You derived heavenly Tao with array formations, I completed heavenly Tao with the alchemy Tao. That's all there is to it." Lu Linfeng's gaze turned intent, and he muttered, "Completing heavenly Tao with alchemy Tao. Completing heavenly Tao with alchemy Tao. That's all there is to it." He naturally understood Yi Yuan's words. In fact, Yi Yuan's path had the same ingenuity of achieving the same goal via different means with him. It was just that he failed while Yi Yuan succeeded. Lu Linfeng keenly realized the profundities in Yi Yuan's words. One derived heavenly Tao with formation Tao. The other completed heavenly Tao with alchemy Tao. It looked almost the same, but actually it was diametrically opposed. Yi Yuan's words were very vague, but it made Lu Linfeng suddenly feel refreshed. Yi Yuan was telling him that his idea was too unrealistic, that was why it would fail. Lu Linfeng could not refrain from recalling that terrifying heavenly tribulation and involuntarily palpitated with anxiety and fear. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. Deity realm was strong, but just now, he himself already touched the threshold of deity realm too. It seemed like it was still somewhat enough to choke when dealing with this heavenly tribulation. Yi Yuan, the heavenly tribulation just now, even if you're deity realm, it's also impossible to resolve it so easily, right? Lu Linfeng asked probingly. Fang Tian smiled and said, "Yi Yuan isn't an ordinary deity realm. You have been in close seclusion all along and probably don't know what happened in the divine realm. Yi Yuan is already the divine realm's controller now, surmounting above all life." "See, controller?" Lu Linfeng's pupils constricted. He was frightened by this term. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, "Old fart Lu, you don't need to be disheartened either. With your talent, as long as you cultivate according to conventional routine, there's still a chance to corroborate the great Tao again. Making a move earlier was just returning the favor of you imparting to me your knowledge." Lu Linfeng's face was ashen pale, and he said with self-ridicule, "Talk is cheap for you. Corroborate the great Tao again? Easier said than done. This path doesn't work. This Lu's years of effort is equivalent to being in vain." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Great Tao leads to the same destination. How can your efforts be wasted? You should just cultivate with peace of mind. In the future, there will be an opportunity to cultivate to the origin deity realm. When the time comes, it will be the time for this method of array amplifying heavenly Tao to give off its brilliance. That's all this he has to say. Old Fart Lu, you take care." Finished talking, Yi Yuan brought Fang Tian and Sky Distant along with him and disappeared from where they were. Lu Linfeng trembled. Looking at the direction Yi Yuan's figure disappeared, he did not come back to his sense for a long time. Yi Yuan's few short sentences revealed a lot of information. Could it be that Yi Yuan really had a way of making that vanished heavenly Tao of the divine realms return again? Highly probable. Yi Yuan's current realm was already what he could not see through. Furthermore, listening to the meaning in Yi Yuan's words, after origin deity realm, there were actually even higher realms. But these were too far away for him. Yi Yuan's words reignited Lu Linfeng's hope. He got a backlash from heavenly Tao, his strength greatly diminished. But Yi Yuan's move already minimized heavenly Tao's damage to him to the greatest degree, preserving his foundation. As long as he cultivated hard, he could still return to the peak. 3 months later, in the land of extreme east of the divine realm, at the end of the Garner Sky Sea region, there was a stretch of heavy fog. The feeling that the stretch of fog gave people was extremely dangerous. Even Yi Yuan's gaze revealed a look of dread too. Several figures stood in the air. Yi Yuan, Fang Tian, Sky Distant, Yumengli, White Light, Long Tongue, and the rest all came here to see Yi Yuan off. There were 4 phantoms behind Yi Yuan. They were precisely the spirits of the 4 symbols. What scared? There's the realm barrier protecting here. The violent spatial turbulent flow can't come in. Once you pass S through the world locking gate, it's the endless spatial turbulent flow after that. Do you still want to brave it? A voice came from within the void. It was precisely Kunwu. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said, "Senior, don't need to persuade anymore. Yi Yuan's mind is made up." Ha! Truly a brat who doesn't turn back without hitting the south wall. Forget it. If you want to court death yourself, others can't stop you either, Kunwu said in a disappointed and angry tone. Yi Yuan slowly turned around and gave a bow towards the spirits of the 4 symbols and said, "I'll have to trouble 4 seniors." The spirits of the 4 symbols were the totem powers of the 4 clans and did not have consciousness. But they were subjected to the domination of the sacred dragon token. That was why Yi Yuan could bring them here. Finished talking, Yi Yuan brought out the sacred dragon token. A sacred aura instantly radiated the entire sea region. The spirits of the 4 symbols also each split into north, south, east, west, revolving around the sacred dragon token and standing in the air. Suddenly, for clear cries billowed to the sky. The spirits of the 4 symbols opened their enormous mouths at the same time and spewed out a surge of powerful law's undulation, converging over towards the void. World-locking gate, open! For arcs of light shot to the sky and finally gathered in one place above the void, an archaic aura that had experienced the many vicissitudes of life came from above the void. Civ stone door manifested. Following the appearance of this stone door, everyone only felt like their divine souls were about to collapse and dissipate. This aura that suppressed everything truly made people collapse. Yi Yuan's body gave off an aura belonging to heavenly Tao, enveloping everyone. That feeling of collapse instantly vanished into nothing. Everyone looked at that archaic gate, unbelievably shocked. This is the world-locking gate. What a powerful aura. Not reaching the deity realm. One can't withstand this kind of frightening pressure at all. Feng Tian said with a sigh. No idea how those deity realm powerhouses back then knew about this exit either. Those selfish fellows had best all be buried in the turbulent spatial flow. White Light said with indignation. Chapter 1287, Turbulent Spatial Flow. Chapter 1287, Turbulent Spatial Flow. Senior Sky Distant, Senior Feng Tian, after Yi Yuan leaves, the divine realm will have to trouble you all to take care of it. Yi Yuan clasped his hands at the two and said, finally, the time to leave still came. Leaving his homeland, Yi Yuan also had a myriad of feelings well up in his heart for a moment too. This place had what he was worried about, had his fetters. No matter where he went to, this was his home. Regarding his home, Yi Yuan was naturally very concerned about his posthumous coverage. Feng Tian said, go on, rest assured about the divine realm's matters. With Sky Distant and me around, they can't stir up any large waves. There's also Lu Linfeng. He went to find Chao Yunji the other day as well, taking the initiative to request to serve as the Law Enforcement Hall's guest elder. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised as he said, I didn't expect that this guy would actually do such a thing. The Grand Yen Divine King had always moved independently. Apart from taking in a disciple, he had never joined any faction before, and was completely indifferent to the divine realm's matters as well. Yi Yuan also did not expect that he would actually take the initiative to request to join the Law Enforcement Hall. Sky Distant smiled and said, isn't this still on account of your face? He's giving a plum in return for a peach here, returning your life-saving grace. Yi Yuan chuckled and did not say anything. With so many powerhouses holding down the fort, presumably no major storms should appear in the divine realm. He could also leave with peace of mind. Senior Long Tongue, on this journey, thank you very much for your care. Yi Yuan gave a deep bow toward Long Tongue. Long Tongue was a teacher-like friend to Yi Yuan and helped Yi Yuan tremendously. Previously, in order to let Yi Yuan escape, Long Tongue even did not hesitate, his soul disintegrating to resist Kanhua. How could Yi Yuan not be moved? Go on, but you must take care. Old Tongue had tears running down his aged face as he said. Yi Yuan nodded his head solemnly and came before White Light. The two people grasped hands and had a big bear hug. Between brothers, there was no need for too many words. Big brother, you can go with peace of mind. I'll work hard on cultivation. When you restore the divine realm's heavenly Tao one day, I'll go to the heaven-span world to find you. White Light said firmly. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, good brother, I'll wait for you in the heaven-span world. By the side, Luer was long already sobbing until tears poured down. Young master, Luer can't bear to leave you. Sniff, sniff, Yi Yuan pulled Luer into his embrace. Lightly stroking her hair, he said, good Luer, you cultivate well too. When you break through to the deity realm, young master will definitely fetch you to the heaven-span world. All right? Luer pushed Yi Yuan away and said with teary eyes, young master, you have to keep your word. Yi Yuan smiled and said, when have young master lied to you before? Luer smiled through tears and said, I knew that young master is the best. Young master, rest assured. Luer will definitely cultivate well and strive to break through to the deity realm as soon as possible. Yu Mengli still had an indifferent expression, as if nothing could move her, except that hint of sadness and reluctance to part in her eyes could not be concealed no matter what. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, Lear, you too. Lear's expression dimmed. She nodded and lightly hummed, looking at Lear's eyes. Yi Yuan felt his mind filled with a myriad of thoughts and was actually speechless. Yi Yuan understood that if they had to compete to see who was better, among these people, the one who could not bear for him to leave the most would be Lier. But in order to not make him worry, she stubbornly endured it. This girl, he really had nothing to nitpick with. Yi Yuan opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he did not say it. At this time, any words were feeble. With this departure, life and death were hard to predict, weal and woe unknown. That was a completely foreign world. They did not know. Yi Yuan similarly did not know. Just like entering the Zfall mountain range back then, Yi Yuan seriously could not give them any promise. I'm going. Yi Yuan hardened his heart, turned around, and flew towards that world-locking gate. Lier's tears could not hold back anymore and burst out. She shouted at Yi Yuan's back view, "Big brother Yuan, Lier will go and find you. You must take good care of yourself." Yi Yuan's figure paused, but gritted his teeth and refused to turn his head back. His figure finally vanished. Plussing behind the world-locking gate. He was afraid that he did not have the courage to leave. When Yi Yuan's figure disappeared from her line of sight, Lier's entire person seemed to have been sapped of strength, falling down weakly. Lier was startled and hurriedly supported her, similarly complaining tearfully, "Big sister Lier, you have to hang on. Young master, he'll definitely be fine." Lier's tears were like floodwaters that broke the dam, drenched a peerlessly beautiful face. I know. He'll definitely be fine." Lier choked. The two sisters hugged their heads and cried bitterly. When everyone by the side saw this scene, they all could not hold back tears from trickling down their cheeks. What they could do was only to pray that Yi Yuan was able to survive the turbulent spatial flow. In front of Yi Yuan was a murky gray S.P.A.C., no direction, no sounds. What there was just violent energy undulations. Yi Yuan heard Kunwu say before, this turbulent spatial flow was actually a sea of S.P.A.C. pieced together and formed by countless spatial fragments. The friction and fluctuations between the spatial fragments would produce incomparably violent energy, wiping out everything in the sea of S.P.A.C. Of course, this kind of energy had strong and weak types. Strong ones, even if it was a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse, they could obliterate too. Weak ones, it was 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live for Grotto Profound Deity Realm powerhouses too. Right now, Yi Yuan had just said through the world-locking gate. The turbulent spatial flow was not very strong yet. Following his penetration deep inside, these energy storms would become stronger and stronger, all the way until the end, utterly obliterating him. Want to shuttle back and forth in the turbulent spatial flow safely, one must have at least true D realm strength. Hence, that was why Kunwu said that Yi Yuan entering the turbulent spatial flow was certain death. That group of people 100,000 years ago relied on safety in numbers. Under their teaming up, that was how they had an additional ray of hope. Kunwu said, even if they were really able to S through the turbulent spatial flow, to have 5 people remaining was already considered pretty good. Of course, this was still an optimistic estimation. The greatest likelihood was still not a single one left. Therefore, Yi Yuan, a rookie who had just broken through to Deity Realm, wanting to S through the turbulent spatial flow, could virtually be said to be a fool's talk. This turbulent spatial flow, the most dangerous was still not these violent energies, but those spatial fragments. Once you imped into by those spatial fragments, even celestial deity realm powerhouse would be shredded into pieces by the unstable spatial fragments too. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and shrunk the domain of sword to a radius of 10 feet. At the same time, an earth-yellow light flooded on his body, revolving the black tortoise treasure body divine art, his figure shooting out akin to an arrow that left the string. After breaking through to deity realm, Yi Yuan's defense could truly use powerful to describe already the domain of sword and black tortoise treasure body divine art evoked with deity realm. The power could not be mentioned in the same breath. One had to know that even the origin deity realms was Zongbak then was unable to do anything to Sky Distant. How powerful the defensive strength of this cultivation method was, it could be imagined. Entering the sea of S.P.A.C. countless violent energies, A.S. sailed from all directions. The tiny figure of Yi Yuan was instantly drowned out. Only at this time did he truly understand why Kunwu was not optimistic about him. Chapter 1288, Spatial Storm. Chapter 1288, Spatial Storm. When Yi Yuan was still in the Divine King realm, 3 great Fienji, DS joining hands, were also unable to breach his defense. Breaking through to the deity realm now, his defense was D knows how many times stronger compared to back then. But even so, Yi Yuan could not endure the turbulent spatial flow that surged over from all directions very soon. His divine essence was being rapidly consumed. His physical strength was also being depleted quickly. At the rate of this speed of consumption, before long, he would be utterly swallowed up by these violent spatial turbulent flows. "Sai, kid, I told you not to come, but you insisted on coming. Now, you know that Kunwu and I weren't joking around with you, right?" In his sea of consciousness, Dustless's voice rang out. How could Yi Yuan's huge consumption of physical strength and essence energy hide from his eyes? This was still the beginning, and Yi Yuan already almost could not bear it anymore. Continuing forward would be facing certain death. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "If Senior has time to laugh at me, might as well help me think of a way." Pa-s. Sing through the turbulent spatial flow. You can only rely on your own strength. I can't protect myself currently. How can I help you? Dustless said. Yi Yuan was helpless and could only grit his teeth and endure forcefully. Yi Yuan carefully avoided the spatial fragments while gritting his teeth and resisting the impact of the turbulent spatial flow. At the start, Yi Yuan's speed was very fast, but very soon it became very hard for him to move his feet. Although this process was painful, Yi Yuan was still able to accomplish slow progress by relying on his powerful defensive strength. Cultivating the black tortoise treasure body divine art to the divine Dao first level, Yi Yuan's defensive strength was even stronger compared to those middle stage, even late stage grotto profound deity realm powerhouses back then. Coupled with the domain of sword, Yi Yuan's defensive strength could absolutely rival those in the grotto profound deity realm grand completion. Yi Yuan still had this bit of confidence. Time slowly said. The dustless inside the soul-suppressing pearl was also shocked by Yi Yuan's willpower. According to the divine realm's time, Yi Yuan already walked in this turbulent spatial flow for 7 days and nights. Logically speaking, Yi Yuan should have long reached his limits. But by relying on his willpower and exquisite control over divine essence, he forcefully sustained for 7 days and nights. The divine realm had long been devoid of divine, rank spirit medicines already. Yi Yuan did not have divine pills formulas either. Hence, there was no way to refine divine pills at all. Even arcane insight, rank's mystic-grade medicinal pills, had no effect at all on the current Yi Yuan too. Without the support of medicinal pills, Yi Yuan could only rely on his own strength. In this place, Yi Yuan unleashed his advantages of an alchemist to the limits. His control over the domain of sword could be described using harsh. If he could use a fraction of divine essence, Yi Yuan absolutely would not use a trace more of divine essence. humans would erupt with tremendous potential under a critical state. In 7 days' time, Yi Yuan's exquisite control aspect of divine essence actually improved even further. This point, Dustless also secretly expressed his wonder. Except, even if Yi Yuan lasted 7 days and nights, it was also just taking the first step of a 10,000 miles long journey. According to Dustless, wanting to pass through this sea of a sea required 2 months' time. The further back, the more powerful the turbulent spatial flow would become, while Yi Yuan's consumption would also be greater and greater. Hence, even if Yi Yuan lasted 7 days and nights, Dustless was not optimistic about him at all either. In just 7 days' time, Yi Yuan's divine essence was already exhausted by more than half. The remaining journey, this kind of consumption would only increase more and more. What would he use to tide over the journey at the back? Suddenly, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. The energy undulations around him actually became even more violent all of a sudden. In virtually an instant, the pressure on Yi Yuan's body skyrocketed, the divine essence and physical strength consumption suddenly becoming several times faster. Yi Yuan's expression became incomparably ugly. At the rate of this consumption speed, he could not sustain for very long. "Senior, what's going on here?" Yi Yuan asked Dustless. Dustless's expression was also incomparably ugly as he said in a solemn voice, "Your luck is really booming. This is a spatial storm." Spatial storm. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, even tighter. This name did not sound like a jackpot, no matter what. Dustless said, "A spatial storm is a situation when two enormous spatial fragments collide into each other and then shatter apart, throwing the energy inside the sea of a sea into complete havoc. Just like a tsunami at sea, the spatial turbulent flow's berserk extent will instantly increase several dozen times, even several hundred times. It's just that this spatial storm might not be encountered even once in several decades normally. I didn't expect that you ran into it. Yi Yuan, turn back. Once a spatial storm kicks up, you absolutely can't pass through the turbulent spatial flow." Clearly, even Dustless was also very apprehensive of this spatial storm. Yi Yuan sucked in a cold breath, increasing several dozen times, even several hundred times. He could not withstand it with his strength at all. This was truly rain pouring throughout the night when your roof was already leaking. Yi Yuan did not expect that his luck was actually so good encountering this kind of thing. Yi Yuan's expression flickered incessantly. His heart was also struggling incessantly. The surrounding energy undulations became stronger and stronger, virtually going to shred his entire person up. This was still just the beginning. Moving forward, the spatial storm would get even more terrifying. Terrifying until one was unable to imagine it. Yi Yuan, what are you still in a daze for? A spatial storm is absolutely not what you can resist alone. Even if a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse enters the center of the storm, it's a road that leads to death too. Dustless said urgently. He did not wish for Yi Yuan to die just like this. That way, he probably would not have the possibility of waking up the next time already. The immortal Grove World's heavenly Tao already could not sustain for that long anymore. But Yi Yuan was still hesitating. "Hurry, Yi Yuan. You won't make it if you're any slower." Yi Yuan suddenly clenched his teeth and urged his essence, energy, and physical strength to the limits and plunged headlong into the storm. "Are you mad, Yi Yuan? You're courting death here," Dustless said with a furious roar. He did not think that Yi Yuan actually did not retreat. He advanced, instead marching into the spatial storm. Yi Yuan did not speak. His gaze was incomparably firm, entering the spatial storm without any hesitation. This spatial storm scale was Ma. S. Sieve. Yi Yuan was already brought inside by the storm. Even if he escaped, he might not be able to get out either. Turning back again, at this time, his essence, energy, and physical strength might not be able to sustain him to return to his starting point as well. Therefore, he chose to move forward. Since he came here, there was no road back anymore. Being overly cautious and indecisive, he would die even quicker instead. Lunatic, you fool who overestimate your own ability, ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think that by controlling heavenly Tao, you can consider everybody and everything beneath your notice? Let me tell you, in the heavenspan world, you're mere an ant, dustless held inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. But no matter what he said, Yi Yuan turned a deaf ear too. He clung stubbornly to his own course and advanced forward, urging essence, energy, and physical strength to the limits. Violent energy sliced on Yi Yuan's body akin to sharp knives. Very soon, his defense could not support it anymore. Yi Yuan's body was sustaining a tremendous impact. Yi Yuan mustered up the tyrant dragon regeneration art, repairing the injuries within his body frenziedly. The spatial storm became more and more rampant, ravaging Yi Yuan's fleshy body crazily. Chapter 1289. Mute Girl Wanru. Chapter 1289. Mute Girl Wanru. The noonday sun high in the sky, spiritual power was plentiful. On a field overgrown with weeds, a group of carriages and horses with several dozen people were currently advancing slowly. Second miss, there's another half a month's journey, and then we'll reach the Myriad Beast Forest. After the Myriad Beast Forest, we won't be far from Jewel Hill City anymore. The one talking was a middle-aged man dressed as a guard. In front of him was a pretty-looking woman. Looking at that appearance, she should be the leader of this company, and instruct everyone to be a little more careful. The Myriad Beast Forest has been rather tumultuous recently. After Pa S. Sing through the Myriad Beast Forest. This young lady will give everybody double the pay, the woman said with a nod. The middle-aged man was overjoyed and said, "Thank you very much, second miss." He turned around and called out to the group of guards. "Did everybody hear that? Second miss wants to double our pay, so all buck up and be smart about it. You hear me?" The group of guards were also overjoyed and said, "Thank you very much, second miss." The woman smiled slightly and nodded her head to give a signal. Her gaze inadvertently looked over toward the woman at the rear, a hint of disdain showing at the corners of her mouth. That woman was weak as a willow, her spirit appearing slightly haggard. But in terms of looks, it was several points above that second miss. Toward the second miss display, the girl did not express much. Clearly, she was indifferent by favor or disgrace. Suddenly, her brows knitted, and she suddenly drew the reins of her horse and turned off the main road. When the second miss saw this, she frowned and berated, "Liang Wanru, what are you going to do? Sup 1/sup." The girl ignored her and got down her horse, entering into the GRA. SY growth. In the thicket, there was a man covered in wounds and scars, too ghastly to look at. The woman frowned hard, her face revealing a look of lament. She turned around and beckoned to the middle-aged guard. That guard was just about to move, but then he heard the second miss said coldly, "Zhang Shun, you're not to go." "A dead man. Bring along for what? If she wants to take a loan, let her carry him over herself." Zhang Shun hesitated for a bit, and finally still retreated to one side, and did not go over. Liang Wanru sighed slightly, and actually really took it upon herself to go and support that dead man. The dead man was not very heavy, but there were dried bloodstains all over his body. He had already basked under the blazing sun for D knows how many days, with his body emitting waves of unbearable smell. The dead man was none other than precisely the Yi Yuan who escaped with his life by a fluke from inside the spatial storm. He was naturally not really dead, but he was also not far from death. Yi Yuan did not have an intact spot from head to toe. The skin and flesh on his body were turned out, scorched under the blazing sun for quite a long time, giving off a nasty smell. Even with the Tyrant Dragon regeneration art, it was also unable to recover the injuries on his body. Moreover, Yi Yuan did not have a trace of essence energy undulation from head to toe at this time. He was no different from a mortal and was just left with one last breath, continuing to bask under this blazing sun. This final breath probably would not be insured anymore as well. Liang Wanru endured the stench on Yi Yuan's body and carried him onto a carriage. On the carriage was full of goods, giving off a faint medicinal fragrance. But Yi Yuan was completely oblivious at this time, allowing Liang Wanru to fiddle as she pleased. The second Miss slowly came to the carriage's side. Looking at the Yi Yuan lying on the carriage dead to the world, her brows involuntarily knitted together tightly. Liang Wanru's ethereal and refined body was also made very messy by Yi Yuan at this time, but she did not seem to mind. Ha, my good elder sister, even though this person is still hanging in there with one last breath, he's already no different from a dead person. Our trip hasn't been too smooth. Aren't you adding more to the disarray? By bringing him along? Let me tell you, if we run into any dangers in the myriad beast forest, Body will care about his life and death. The second miss said coldly. Liang Wanru did not speak and actually used her hand to gesture something. This beautiful Liang Wanru was actually a mute. The second miss clearly understood Liang Wanru's hand gesture. With a look of disgust on her face, she said with a cold snort, "Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pag." Oda, my good elder sister, are you feigning a heart of gold again? Yeah, you're a living bodhisattva. We're all heinous sinners. Hoo-hoo, with the way he looks, you got to save him first before talking. This stinky man's divine, is damaged, and his fleshy body has already suffered irreversible damage. Even if Elder Fan is here, he's also powerless to turn the tables. Liang Wanru's expression dimmed, giving Yi Yuan a sympathetic glance. Suddenly, she fished out a bright red medicinal pill and was going to give Yi Yuan to consume. The second Mrs. Gaze turned intent, and she looked at Liang Wanru in disbelief as she said, "Are you mad? This profound essence pill is a high-grade tier 1 divine pill. It's a relic that Father left for you. You actually want to take it out to save a person who has nothing to do with you? When we go back, I must tell this matter to Father." Not just the second miss. Even those guards' faces also revealed a look of astonishment. High-grade tier 1 divine pill. Each one was incomparably precious. These guards could not afford it even if they bankrupted themselves. Liang Wanru looked at her and smiled slightly, but did not hesitate in the slightest, stuffing that profound essence pill into Yi Yuan's mouth. She brought over some water for Yi Yuan to drink, guiding the medicinal pill in. When the second miss saw this scene, she snorted coldly and said, "Liang Wanru, it's fine that you yourself are a good-for-nothing, but now you still want to bring along a good-for-nothing. We're not here to sightsee. If we really encounter any danger, Body will care about you guys." Liang Wanru looked at her and still smiled slightly. This smile was like a spring breeze blowing past, warming people's hearts. Except it could not warm the second miss heart. The group of people continued on their way. No one bothered with Liang Wanru and Yi Yuan at all. Clearly, Liang Wanru was a marginalized figure. However, Liang Wanru did not complain about anything, taking the utmost care of Yi Yuan along the way. She endured the stench and helped Yi Yuan clean up the rotten flesh on his body, helping him clean his wounds. Apart from that profound essence pill, Liang Wanru took out some more medicinal pills, giving Yi Yuan to eat every other 2 days. Seeing this scene, the second miss, Liang Wanrong just watched differently, with a look of disdain. She and Liang Wanru were biological sisters. It was just that Liang Wanru was born of the legal wife, while she was a concubine's child. Their father, Liang Mingyu, loved Liang Wanru's mother very much and treated Liang Wanru very well as well. But Liang Wanru suffered many setbacks in life. Her mother Pa-S sing away prematurely, and she was innately unable to talk. Later on, Liang Mingyu remarried. That was how there was Liang Wanrong. Liang Wanrong's mother was another large family clan's daughter in Jewel Hill City. Marrying Liang Mingyu was marrying to someone of a lower status, and she had always been very domineering in the Liang family. Liang Wanrong mother and daughter found Liang Wanru displeasing to the eye no matter how they looked at her, so they caused her hards. H+P in all manners. Liang Mingyu lacked power and could only turn a blind eye to this. Fortunately, he had some conscience and compensated his eldest daughter a little in private. That was how it let Liang Wanru have an easier time. The Liang family was in the medicinal herbs business. This time, the 2 daughters were sent to import a batch of medicinal herbs. At this time, it was already on the way back. When Liang Wanrong saw her elder sister's busy appearance, suddenly a wicked thought lingered in her heart and did not go away for a long time. At this time, it had already been over 10 days since Liang Wanru saved Yi Yuan. Under her meticulous care, Yi Yuan finally woke up from his coma. Chapter 1290, Miraculous Encounter. Chapter 1290, Miraculous Encounter. Brat, you finally woke up. Yi Yuan had just regained consciousness when Dustless's voice sounded out by his ears. He had just regained consciousness and could not even open his eyes. A heart-piercing, intense pain transmitted over, making Yi Yuan's divine soul quiver. But he could not even groan. His entire body seemed like it was totally not his. Senior Dustless, I'm not dead yet. Regarding him surviving miraculously, Yi Yuan also felt very surprised. Recalling the spatial storm, Yi Yuan still had lingering fear in his heart until now. In front of those violent spatial energies, Yi Yuan was feeble as if he was a mortal. Yi Yuan virtually exhausted all of his means and could not withstand the storm's invasion too. Finally, he was ravaged until there was not an intact spot on his body from top to bottom. If not for his powerful fleshly body and the tyrant dragon regeneration art, Yi Yuan probably would not even have residue left. Even Yi Yuan himself also did not understand how he came out alive. This old man wishes that you were dead. You, brat, were simply messing around too much. Dustless said crossly. Scolding was scolding, but seeing Yi Yuan wake up, Dustless finally heaved a sigh of relief. He also did not expect that Yi Yuan actually really Pa-S, said through the spatial storm miraculously, and arrived at the heaven-span world. This kind of thing, logically speaking, it was impossible to accomplish. Yet it happened. Yi Yuan laughed Imbara, as Sedley, and said, "Senior, don't blame me. Didn't I pull through? If we went back that time, it might be even worse than the current situation." Dustless gave a cold snort and stopped speaking. Yi Yuan asked probingly, "Senior, have I arrived at the heaven-span world?" Dustless grunted and said, "You were one lucky bee. A-S-T-A-R-D. Absolute pure dumb luck." This was equivalent to tacitly acknowledging Yi Yuan's query. They really came to the heaven-span world. Yi Yuan also did not expect that his luck was really so good. Haha, dumb luck is good too. Senior, how did we arrive at the Heavenspan world? Yi Yuan said in pleasant surprise. Seeing Yi Yuan ask, Dustless fell silent too. Being able to come to the Heavenspan world, even he felt like he was having a dream. He really did not expect that Yi Yuan actually really Pa-S said through the spatial storm. This was something that had never happened before. An initial stage grotto profound deity, realm rookie, actually Pa-S, said through a spatial storm. This was too inconceivable. When you were unconscious, you just nice barged into the center of the spatial storm. Didn't expect that the central area of the spatial storm was actually calm and peaceful without even a hint of energy undulation. That's how you escaped a disaster. You drifted in the center of the spatial storm for as long as half a year and was actually brought to the spatial rift that left to the Heavenspan world by accident. This series of events, apart from using pure dumb luck to describe, this old man seriously doesn't know what to say, Dustless said. Yi Yuan was also surprised when he heard it. He did not expect that this coma was actually half a year's time already. It was really as Dustless said, his luck was truly good to the extreme. This was completely unconscious drifting. He might also be swept into a turbulent spatial flow and never come out again. He did not think that he actually came to the Heavenspan world just like that. Dustless suddenly continued. But for you to be able to barge into the heart of the spatial storm, this in itself was already a miracle. Kid, you really made this old man view you in a different light. The more one went towards the center of the storm, the stronger the energy undulations. The region near the central zone, even divine Lord Realm powerhouses, had virtually no possibility of surviving too. But Yi Yuan relied on his own willpower and forcefully pulled through. Not that Yi Yuan's strength was stronger than Divine Lord Realm, and also not that a Divine Lord Realm's strength was weak. One could only say that Yi Yuan's physiological attribute was too strong. His recovery ability was too strong. That was how he could accomplish this kind of virtually impossible thing. Yi Yuan possessed the Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise, two great divine beasts peak cultivation methods. That was the key to him breaking into the center of the storm. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior, where are we now? My divine sense is unable to leave the body currently, and my eyes can't see. I don't know the outside world situation at all. Dustless recounted the events of him prior to being rescued by Liang Wanru, making Yi Yuan feel frightened for a while after the event. Drifting for half a year inside the spatial storm, Yi Yuan's physical strength had already reached the limits. Any later, and he probably would not have the chance to awaken at all. Actually, these few days, Dustless was also secretly fretful. It was just that he could not help Yi Yuan with anything at all, and could only leave it up to fate. Fortunately, Liang Wanru showed up. Within the spatial storm, Yi Yuan's essence, energy, and spirit, three paths, all suffered a devastating blow. Right now, he could not even let his divine sense leave his body. But viewing internally could still be done. Yi Yuan examined his body before knowing how terrible the situation was. After he broke through to the deity realm, his essence energy sea transformed to become a divine sea. But now, his divine sea was completely dry. Moreover, it suffered sieve damage and was already unable to gather divine essence anymore. As for his fleshy body, being repeatedly ravaged by the energy inside the spatial storm, his recovery ability was already weakened to the extreme. He was unable to activate the Tyrant Dragon regeneration art at all currently. Cultivating all the way until now, Yi Yuan had yet to sustain such serious injuries before. One could say that he was basically equivalent to a cripple right now. And this is a divine pill, Yi Yuan suddenly said in surprise. Liang Wanru, let Yi Yuan consume the profound essence pill. But there was no divine essence within Yi Yuan's body, and he could not refine the medicinal strength at all. He could only wait for the profound essence pill's medicinal strength to dissolve on its own. This process was very slow. This profound essence pill was a healing medicine. It had tremendous benefits for the recovery of Yi Yuan's physical body. It was just that Yi Yuan could not unleash the medicinal strength currently. Hence, the recovery was very slow. Yi Yuan's lifelong pursuit was the alchemy G-O-D realm. At present, breaking through to the deity realm, he achieved alchemy G-O-D, but he was completely clueless about divine pills. One could say that he had to start everything over from scratch now. It was completely different from that sort of enlightened cultivation practice in the past, Sup 1/Sup, a foreign world, foreign cultivation realms, even his most proficient medicinal pills. He was utterly ignorant too. However, in that instant, he sensed the divine pill. Yi Yuan became entranced. This was the medicinal pill that he sought all his life, except it seemed like it was also nothing much in the heaven-span world. If Yi Yuan knew the value of this profound essence pill, he probably would not say so. TSK, merely the lowest grade divine pill. What's worth kicking a fuss about for? Dustless said in disdain. Yi Yuan ignored him. He was already obsessed. He used divine essence to lies the compositions of the profound essence pill. But he discovered that he completely could not do it. He did not recognize it. The divine, rank spirit medicines in the immortal Grove world had long already disappeared without a trace. Yi Yuan had not seen before divine, rank spirit medicines. Occasionally, the names of some divine pills he had still seen before on books and records. But the specifics of the refining method there wasn't as well. Senior, you know this kind of divine pill? What's divine pill is this? Use what to refine? Do you know the refining method? The moment Yi Yuan opened his mouth, he asked a whole bunch of professional questions. Chapter 1291. Out of my league. Chapter 1291. Out of my league, Dustless finally knew why Yi Yuan could trigger the heavenly Tao with alchemy Tao, and from there obtain the immortal Grove heavenly Tao's recognition. This nuttiness really made him collapse. If to say alchemists were all lunatics, then Yi Yuan was the lunatic among lunatics. Yi Yuan used 2 hours' time, turning the profound essence pill inside out before he was finally satisfied. However, only then did Yi Yuan know that with his current strength he could not refine the profound essence pill at all. Furthermore, he completely had no understanding of divine, rank spirit medicine's medicinal properties. Even if one really placed the spirit medicines in front of him, he could not possibly refine it either. The current Yi Yuan was a complete and utter alchemy path newbie. Finally, Dustless said huffily, "You'd best hurry up and refine the profound essence pill. At this rate, you'll be a cripple in the future." Only then did Yi Yuan come back to his senses and discovered that Dustless's words were right. With his current body condition, if he did not quickly refine the medicinal pill, he might really be a cripple in the future. However, Yi Yuan discovered to his dismay that his body completely did not have divine essence and was unable to quickly refine the medicinal pills at all. Fortunately, he regained consciousness and was able to guide his fleshy body to draw on the power of the medicinal pill. Although the recovery speed this way was a little slow, it was much faster than absorbing unconsciously. This profound essence pill was indeed worthy of being a high-grade tier, 1 divine pill. The medicinal effects were indeed powerful. After half a day, Yi Yuan's fingers finally moved slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was a delicate and beautiful young maiden. Liang Wanru was currently looking at Yi Yuan. Seeing Yi Yuan wake up, a hint of surprise flickered across her eyes too. Was it you who saved me? Opening the mouth to speak was different from communicating with divine sense. Yi Yuan discovered that he found it difficult to even speak, his throat smoldering. Liang Wanru hurriedly went to get some water. Yi Yuan directly drank a large flask of water before feeling slightly better. Was it you who saved me? Yi Yuan asked again. Liang Wanru nodded her head. Yi Yuan was stunned. Only then, recalling that the other party was mute. Liang Wanru had the poise of a willow and a beautiful face. It was too bad that she could not open her mouth and talk. Many thanks for the life-saving grace. Great kindness can't be thanked with words. When Yi Yuan's injuries recover fully, I'll definitely repay Miss. Yi Yuan said sincerely. Liang Wanru beamed, but shook her head. Yi Yuan knew that she wanted to say that saving him was not for the sake of repayment. At this time, Liang Wanrong's mocking, cold laugh sounded out at one side. She said, How laughable! Your divine sea is already ruined, fleshly body is already disabled, you're already a cripple, to actually still want to make such an empty promise. My good elder sister, looks like you rescued a boastful fellow. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. He already got to know about this Liang Wanrong from Dustless. When Liang Wanru rescued him, Liang Wanrong was strongly opposed and even threatened not to care about the two of them. These two sisters' disparity was really not an ordinary kind of huge. One was gentle and kind, while the other was not just vicious like a viper, but was at the very least cold and heartless as one too. Liang Wanru smiled apologetically at Yi Yuan. Clearly, she was apologizing for her sister's rudeness. Yi Yuan sighed in his heart, but then she asked, You gave me the profound essence pill. I'll definitely think of a way to return the profound essence pill to you. Seeing that Yi Yuan completely ignored her, Liang Wanrong could not help flying into a great rage and berated. Terrific lad! You dare to ignore this, miss? Do you believe this miss will throw you out of the fleet right now and let you run your own course? Yi Yuan had yet to say anything, but Liang Wanru blocked in front of Yi Yuan, using a stubborn gaze to look at her sister. Her resolve to protect Yi Yuan already did not need to go into details. But when Liang Wanrong saw this, she suddenly started giggling and said, Hee 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 hee. My good elder sister, you wouldn't have taken fancy on this pretty boy, right? When just rescued, his face was covered in bloodstains. It was too awful to look at. Looking now, he's good-looking little pretty boy. Hee hee, a mute, a cripple, it's a match made in heaven. Liang Wanrong found it funnier the more she thought. The more she thought, the more she felt that this idea was pretty good, laughing herself into fits. But Liang Wanru was ashamed and angry, her chest heaving nonstop. It was just that she could not talk and was totally unable to refute Liang Wanrong's words. Yi Yuan suddenly said, Miss Wanru is beautiful, magnanimous, and kind-hearted. If any man can marry her, that's his blessing. But Miss Wanrong, her. Yi Yuan smiled and said nothing, but did not carry on speaking. Her already expressed the disdainful ATT. I tooed incisively and vividly. With this, Liang Wanrong directly jumped up. She boasted of being beautiful as a flower and absolutely did not lose to Liang Wanru. Her status in the Liang family was G. Oh, D knows how many times stronger compared to Liang Wanru. This punk actually looked down on her. Stinking brat, you make it clear for this miss. What's the meaning of your her? Liang Wanrong already reached the edge of rampaging. Liang Wanrong actually did not have much cunningness. These few years in the Liang family, it was mostly her mother managing affairs. Her despise towards her elder sister was already written on the face. Anyone could tell. If she had any deviousness, she absolutely would not express it so obviously. Therefore, even though she clearly knew that Yi Yuan would not say anything good, she still wanted to hear. Yi Yuan laughed and said, "Nothing. The meaning is that you, Miss Wanrong, are out of this Yes League." That sarcastic tone of Yi Yuan's was practically almost blowing Liang Wanrong up. He was clearly saying that you're inferior to your sister in every way, even if given to me, I would not even want. In the Jewel Hill City, the young masters that came to matchmake at least had to line up a long street. This guy actually looked down on her. You, a cripple, actually dare to look down on this miss? Zhang Shun, kill this guy for me and throw him at the roadside to feed the dogs. Liang Wanrong was also accustomed to being domineering, killing people at a word of disagreement. This Zhang Shun said hesitantly. Zhang Shun also had his head swell up when he saw. They were just household guards. These two little ancestors having a conflict. It made things very difficult for him being clamped in the middle. Even though the second miss status in the Liang family was very high, he knew that his master still favored the eldest miss a little more. With this, no one could be offended. Still in a daze for what? Zhang Shun, you aren't even obeying this miss words anymore? Liang Wanrong glared at Zhang Shun and said, "Finish talking." Liang Wanrong directly lifted a foot and actually struck Liang Wanru's chest directly, kicking her flying out. Yi Yuan's expression turned cold, killing intent surging. When Liang Wanrong saw this scene, she said with a cold smile, "A cripple still dares to glare at this miss. Do you believe that this miss will dig your eye? A-L-L-S out right now? Humph. If you all are not making a move, this miss will do it myself." Done talking, Liang Wanrong closed in on Yi Yuan. She took out a glinting little blade and went for Yi Yuan's eyes. Although Yi Yuan was able to open his mouth and speak, he could not move at all. That kick of Liang Wanrong was very appropriate, kicking until Liang Wanru could not get up. With this, body could protect Yi Yuan anymore. The Yi Yuan lying on the carriage was just a lamp awaiting slaughter. Liang Wanrong dangled the knife in front of Yi Yuan and said with a hideous grin, "Glare, glare some more. In a minute, you won't be able to glare anymore." Chapter 1292, Shaming Bystanders to Death. Chapter 1292, Shaming Bystanders to Death. Liang Wanru panicked. She struggled, wanting to get up. But this kick was truly not light. She actually could not get up. Watching that knife get closer and closer to Yi Yuan's eyes, Liang Wanru started sobbing from anxiety. Zhang Shun and the rest also looked at this scene helplessly. This missus was notorious for being cruel and cold-hearted. This boy actually dared to provoke the second miss, truly tired of living. Glimpsing Liang Wanru's expression with her peripherals, Liang Wanrong felt pleased with herself inwardly. Liang Wanru being like this was what she wanted to see the most. That appearance that remained indifferent to favor or disgrace, she hated it the most. Liang Wanrong raised the knife and stabbed down viciously. Everyone all could not bear to look at this scene, turning their heads over. But after waiting for a long time, they did not hear Yi Yuan's scream either. Turning around and looking, each and every one of them could not help widening their eyes. Bang! The knife was thrown onto the ground. A hint of L-U-S-T actually surfaced on Liang Wanrong's face. Her gaze was blurry, her face scarlet red. Her two hands actually started fondling on her body. A pair of hazy eyes stared straight at Zhang Shun, making Guseb. MPS break out all over his body. Second miss, Zhang Shun instinctively sensed that it was not good. Second miss's mannerism was clearly the tempo of going into heat. Sure enough, the second miss came to Zhang Shun's side with a lunge and directly wrapped around his waist, raised her head, and kissed Zhang Shun madly. "Big brother Shun, Rong-er has liked you for a long time. You take Rong-er, all right? All right. Liang Wanrong's voice made Zhang Shun's bones go soft. All of the guards were utterly dumbfounded. What kind of situation was this? Truthfully speaking, Liang Wanrong was very beautiful, and it was also this coquettish attitude making her irresistible. How could Zhang Shun be unmoved? Except, it was merely being tempted. So many people watching, wasn't it wanting his life? Zhang Shun's face turned pale with fright, hurriedly wanting to push Liang Wanrong away. But Liang Wanrong stuck onto him like a dogskin plaster and refused to let go no matter what. Liang Wanrong's status in the Liang family was extraordinary. Zhang Shun did not dare to deal a heavy blow either. His entire person almost went crazy. What are you guys still standing around for? Quickly pull second miss away. Zhang Shun's scalp tingled and completely did not have the excitement of a beautiful girl delivering herself to the doorstep. If this were to be conveyed back to the Liang family and be known by that shrew, he would be dead for sure. Only then did the group of guards awaken from the dream and hurriedly went forward to pull Liang Wanrong away. Liang Wanrong struggled and pulled Zhang Shun's clothes desperately, not letting go. Fortunately, the guards' strengths were strong enough. The group of people swarmed forward before they could pull her off. The current Liang Wanrong was disheveled, her upper body revealing large patches of snow-white skin, making the group of guards drool. Big Brother Shun, Rong-er really likes you a lot. Take Rong-er. Although being restrained, Liang Wanrong still pestered incessantly with infatuation. Zhang Shun smoothed out his clothes, came before Liang Wanrong, and said with a salute, "Second miss, sorry." Done talking, he chopped a palm at Liang Wanrong's neck area. Liang Wanrong toppled with a grunt. Finished doing these, Zhang Shun walked straight towards Yi Yuan. After this bout of struggle, Liang Wanru finally recovered and got up from the ground. Seeing this scene, she reached her hand out again and blocked in front of Yi Yuan. Zhang Shun was stunned and said with a salute, "Eldest Miss, you also saw Second Miss's condition. This brat's origins are unknown. There's a peculiarity. He's probably not some good person. It isn't good for you to defend him like this, right?" Liang Wanru's beautiful eyes flickered. Turning back and giving Yi Yuan a glance, she saw Yi Yuan's calm appearance. She turned her head around and gestured towards Zhang Shun. She pointed at Liang Wanrong. The meaning was that this incident was Liang Wanrong's fault. Zhang Shun felt his head swell. This matter, he saw it from beginning to end, and naturally knew that it was Liang Wanrong finding trouble. But Liang Wanru could say these words. He could not say it. He was just a subordinate and could only turn the spearhead to Yi Yuan, whose background was unknown. However, he also did not perceive how Yi Yuan did it. According to Dustless, these people were merely just a bunch of mortals, even though they were Tao profound realm mortals. When he heard this theory, Yi Yuan also jumped in fright. Dustless said that in the Heavenspan world, the realm when a martial artist was born was mostly determined by the parents. For example, the union of two heavenly emperor realm powerhouses. The descendants born would at the minimum be divine Lord Realm 2. There was even a certain chance of giving birth to a true D realm powerhouse. In the legends, there were even heavenly emperor descendants who were born as Empyreans, being true D realm at birth. This was already winning on the starting line. Empyrean realm was even more inconceivable. At that time, Yi Yuan also found it fantastical. The union of two ordinary deity realm powerhouses. The descendants born were mostly in the Tao profound realm. Of course, the lowest was also being in the Tao profound realm. Those in the Tao profound realm were called mortals in the Heavenspan world. In the immortal Grove world, the realm that the vast majority of martial artists pursued all their lives was also just mortals in this place. But in the heaven-span world, wanting to cultivate to the deity realm was far easier than the immortal grove world. But even so, the greatest numbers in the heaven-span world were still mortals. Among this group of people, there was only one deity realm powerhouse, which was Zhang Shun. Hence, even though Yi Yuan was unable to move, utilizing the sun-moon heavenly pupil to make Liang Wanrong suck. MB did not even count as the effort it took to raise a hand. Liang Wanru's protection made things very difficult for Zhang Shun. Boy, what on earth did you do to the second miss? Zhang Shun's gaze went past Liang Wanru and looked at Yi Yuan as he said. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Is Guard Zhang mistaken about something? I can't even move right now, my divine essence completely lost. What do you think I can do?" In my view, it should be that Miss Wanrong is really in love with Guard Zhang, right? Guard Zhang doesn't have to be unduly humble either. You're at any rate a grotto profound deity realm powerhouse and already transcended mortals. Even if something really happens with Miss Wanrong, it won't humiliate her either. Zhang Shun's face fell. He knew that Yi Yuan was talking rubbish. Yet Yi Yuan has spoken it so logically. He had been staring at Yi Yuan all along just now, and was confident that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to do anything that he did not know under his eyelids. In truth, Yi Yuan really did not utilize a trace of divine essence. After Yi Yuan broke through to deity realm, the sun-moon heavenly pupil recovered to the deity realm naturally, with its cultivation. How could dealing with a mortal require utilizing any divine essence? Humph! Do you really take this Zhang to be easy to hoodwink? In this place, apart from you, who else would deal with second miss? Zhang Shun said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Guard Zhang, you got to speak with conscience. You said that I did it. There has got to be proof, right? Yi Yuan did not think that Zhang Shun knew about the sun-moon heavenly pupil's existence. This kind of ocular art was a matter between the two people. Outsiders could not detect it at all. With Liang Wanru around, Zhang Shun did not dare to be too impudent as well. After a long time, he did not find any evidence either to prove that Liang Wanrong going mad was caused by Yi Yuan, and could only drop it. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Liang Wanrong slowly woke up and discovered that the surrounding guards' gazes became odd. She was suddenly startled, recalling her disgraceful scene during the day. Her face immediately flushed bright red. Chapter 1293, Sisterly Affection. Chapter 1293, Sisterly Affection. I'm going to kill you. Lecher. Under shame and rage, Liang Wanrong raised a sword and stabbed over towards Yi Yuan. But halfway there, she noticed that Yi Yuan was currently looking at her with a smile that was not a smile. Liang Wanrong was suddenly startled, her figure abruptly stopping. Her gaze that looked at Yi Yuan was full of fear. Liang Wanrong felt a cool breeze at her back, secretly thinking that it was a close call. During the day, she fell for it without understanding anything and did not even know how she suck. You bet. But she was certain that it was absolutely related to Yi Yuan. Zhang Shun. Liang Wanrong was just about to order Zhang Shun when she suddenly remembered her actions during the day. Her face flues. Plussing even redder. Liang Wanrong even felt that even if the one she acted indecently to was Yi Yuan, it would have more face than Zhang Shun. After all, Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai was unknown, while Zhang Shun was a subordinate. With this, she was really in a dilemma. The one in a dilemma was not just her. There was also Zhang Shun and the group of guards. Zhang Shun was an experienced veteran in the end, and suddenly said, Second miss, ahead is the myriad beast forest. At this time, we'll require you and eldest miss to cooperate, to be able to lead us through together. Liang Wanrong was not an idiot in the end. Seeing that there was a way out, she hurriedly said, What you said is right. After resting, the group of people entered the Myriad Beast Forest. The Myriad Beast Forest was not a safe place. There were quite a number of divine beasts inside. The divine beasts that were extinct in the immortal Grove world were everywhere in the Heavenspan world. Inside the Myriad Beast Forest were mostly ordinary demonic beasts, but the divine beasts that occasionally appeared were human martial artists' nightmare. After entering the Myriad Beast Forest, Yi Yuan distinctly sensed Zhang Shun becoming alert. The awkwardness from before was already completely replaced by solemnness. The profound essence pill was worthy of being a high-grade tier 1 divine pill. After several days, Yi Yuan could already get down and walk around. Even though he did not look much different from the average person, he was at least able to move already. Miss Wanru, could you let this Yi diagnose your pulse? This Yi is an alchemist. Maybe I can help you. On the carriage, Yi Yuan told her this. Yi Yuan's temperament had always been very easygoing. Liang Wanru did not have the intention of avoiding and nodded her head to allow it. After a round of diagnosing, Yi Yuan's brows also knitted together. The matter did not seem to be as simple as he imagined. Yi Yuan searched through the medicinal pills that he grasped and discovered that there was not a kind that was able to resolve Liang Wanru's symptoms. Logically speaking, for hereditary deaf and mute, one could use medicinal pills to resolve. It was not a big deal in the immortal Grove world. However, Liang Wanru's body's situation seemed to be totally different from the immortal Grove world. This kind of innate muteness required the power of laws to resolve. But Yi Yuan was completely clueless about divine pills. His trumpet seemed to be blown a little too loudly. Previously, Yi Yuan also thought that treating Liang Wanru's muteness was very easy. Looking at it now, it was not that simple. Senior, for Miss Wanru's situation, is there a low-grade tier 1 divine pill that can resolve it? Yi Yuan asked dustless. Yi Yuan already knew that Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove had extraordinary attainments in alchemy Tao. The soul-suppressing pearl was Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's reliance. Only with sufficient strong soul force could one have sufficiently great attainments in alchemy Tao. Dustless said, "That is, of course. In my view, when this Liang Wanru was born, she should have suffered an undeserved calamity. That's why it resulted in this kind of situation. The descendants of deity realm powerhouses, even if a mortal, would not have this kind of situation occur either. Liang Wanru's situation belongs to absent laws. The low-grade tier 1 divine pill, wisdomless pill, can resolve this kind of situation." Yi Yuan muttered, "Wisdomless pill? Senior dustless. I wonder how should this medicinal pill be refined?" The only divine pill that Yi Yuan could refine right now was the Tao-defying pill. Wisdomless pill. He had not even heard of it before. Naturally, refining it was out of the question. Alchemy Tao. On the one hand, it was comprehending heavenly Tao. On the other hand, it was a deep understanding of spirit medicines. The two aspects were indispensable. Yi Yuan's comprehensions towards alchemy Tao might have barely managed to reach the level, but regarding spirit medicines, he was utterly clueless. Dustless listed several kinds of spirit medicines. Yi Yuan simply had never heard of them before. Harboring the mentality of giving it a try, Yi Yuan said to Liang Wanru, "Miss Wanru, I wonder if you're familiar with the heart-linking GRA, S, S, T on W, A, N, G, branch, purple caltrop, these 3 types of spirit medicines, or not?" Liang Wanru was rather surprised, but after staring blankly, she walked to a carriage and pointed at a wooden box. "This is the heart-linking GRA, SS." Under dustless guidance, Yi Yuan knew about the origins of the spirit medicine inside this box. Divine rank spirit medicine, Heart-linking GRAS. Yi Yuan reached his hand out towards that wooden box, but was stopped by Zhang Shun halfway. Boy, on account of eldest Mrs. Face, I must give it, but these spirit medicines are all items that master purchased. They are very important. If you want to touch, don't blame this Zhang for not being courteous. Zhang Shun's words were full of disdain. A cripple who was unable to even gather divine essence actually wanted to poke his nose into divine, rank spirit medicines. What was this if not a toad L.U.S. after swan meat? These divine rank spirit medicines were all the Liang family's important material reserves. How could he allow a stranger to encroach on it? Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "So that's how it is. It was this Yi who was rude." Finished talking, Yi Yuan stepped aside and really did not touch those spirit medicines anymore. Zhang Shun was stunned, not expecting that Yi Yuan was actually so forthright. But very soon, the expression on his face changed, and he shouted, "Stop!" Liang Wanrong said in puzzlement, "Guard Zhang, what is it?" Zhang Shun's expression was solemn as he said, "Something is not right." "What's not right? Isn't it pretty all right like this now?" Liang Wanrong said. Zhang Shun said, "It's precisely because it's like this that something is amiss." Pa-S, sing through the myriad beast forest. Things absolutely won't be so quiet. Along the way, even if we're any more careful, we'll encounter the obstruction of demonic beasts too. The quieter it is, the more amiss the situation is. Liang Wanrong knew that Zhang Shun was a veteran in this area. Since he said so, then it was definitely a sure thing. Zhang Shun's voice had yet to fade when shadows loomed from inside the forest. Those figures that disappeared and reappeared again, like smoke already utterly surrounded Yi Yuan's party. Among them, there were faintly several powerful undulations. They were divine beasts, without a doubt. Zhang Shun's expression was incomparably ugly, and he said with a solemn look, "Second miss, this seems to be a beast tide." Liang Wanrong's face changed. She had naturally heard the reputation of the beast tide before. Demonic beasts that covered the hills and filled the plains surrounded them, making it hard for them to escape even with wings. Liang Wanrong never thought that she would actually encounter this kind of thing. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus hordes of wild beasts' roars echoed throughout the entire myriad beast forest. They were already completely surrounded by these demonic beasts. Right at this time, Liang Wanrong suddenly walked towards Liang Wanru and said with a bitter smile, "Elder sister, didn't expect that we fought for so much, but would actually perish in this place together." Liang Wanru froze, her eyes immediately revealing a gentle look. A person's words were nice when near death, birds cry plaintively before they died too. She did not expect that Liang Wanrong actually thoroughly saw the light at this time. Liang Wanru smiled slightly and shook her head, indicating that she did not mind. Liang Wanrong took Liang Wanru's hand and said with a sigh, "Elder sister, in the past, it was all my fault. Don't hate me, okay?" Liang Wanru nodded her head, a look of relief on her face. Chi, but right at this time, the sound of a blade being drawn sounded out. "Ha ha ha, demonic beasts are extremely sensitive towards fresh blood. My good elder sister, if you die, it can let this younger sister escape alive. We can also be considered deeply affectionate sisters." Liang Wanrong said with a loud laugh. Chapter 1294. You guys are too slow. Chapter 1294. You guys are too slow. This blade was undeniably planned. One cut directly severed Liang Wanru's aorta. Blood immediately gushed out in torrents. Even though these demonic beasts were Tier 9, they were like the immortal Grove world's desolate beasts, savage and yet to become civilized. Sensing the taste of blood, all of them indeed pounced over towards Liang Wanru crazily. That instant just now, Yi Yuan almost believed it too. Did not expect that this Liang Wanrong was actually as venomous as a viper, feeding her elder sister to the tiger's maws to let herself escape. Liang Wanrong swept past, her figure already 1,000 feet away. Zhang Shan, let's go. Second miss this. What? Do you have the confidence to deal with this beast tide? Zhang Shan shook his head. This was a certain death situation. Then what are you still waiting for? Doesn't my good elder sister like that gigolo becoming a pair with him and having the same fate? Elder sister should be thanking me. Liang Wanrong said with a sneer. Zhang Shan gave a glance over there pitifully. He let out a sigh and led the group of guards break out of the encirclement. Over there, Liang Wanru's and Yi Yuan's profiles could not be seen already, completely engulfed by the frenzied demonic beasts. A hint of a smug smile flashed across the corners of Liang Wanrong's mouth. Finally, that annoying woman died. Even though the majority of the demonic beasts were attracted by Liang Wanru, there were still quite a number of demonic beasts in the surroundings. It was not that easy for them to want to escape. The group of guards fought desperately. In the blink of an eye, they broke out several miles away. Second miss, it's not right. Why do I feel like the demonic beasts are getting more and more unable to kill them entirely? Zhang Shan said with a solemn expression. Liang Wanrong clearly also realized this problem, her expression becoming very ugly. It's all that S-L-U-T couldn't even delay for a moment. Really useless. Don't be long-winded anymore. Hurry up and charge outside. Otherwise, none of us can escape. Liang Wanrong said fiercely. Everyone did not dare to dawdle, making a concerted effort to break through. Zhang Shan indeed deserved to be a grotto-profound deity realm powerhouse. Walking among these Tier 9 demonic beasts was akin to entering an unpopulated land unobstructed. However, the demonic beasts' numbers were seriously too many to kill Finus. H plus roar. An enormous roar came over. Zhang Shan's expression suddenly changed. He could judge from this pressure that it was absolutely a divine beast. An afterimage flashed past. Zhang Shan's expression changed drastically and instinctively blocked it. Boom! The powerful Zhang Shan was directly knocked flying out, spewing out a mouthful of golden blood. This was the special hallmark of deity realm powerhouses. It's a cloud soul sound, rending leopard. Zhang Shan cried out in shock. A cloud soul sound, rending leopard could be said to be overlord rank demonic beasts in the forest. Its figure was not large, but its speed was incomparably strange. It was practically 2 to 3 times of human martial artists in the same realm. Once tangled with it, there was virtually no possibility of survival. Hence, that was why Zhang Shan would be so shocked. The other people's faces all revealed looks of despair. With the cloud soul sound rending leopard here, they virtually did not have the possibility of escaping. Zhang Shan sucked in a deep breath. A hint of ferociousness flashed across his eyes, and he said, "You all protect second miss to break through. I'll cover the rear and deal with this beast." This cloud soul sound, rending leopard strength, was very formidable. Battling together with Zhang Shan, it firmly overpowered Zhang Shan. The party retreated as they fought. The guards were either injured or dead. This beast tide scale was not considered large, but it was also not what a martial artist team of several dozen people could withstand. After a great battle, Zhang Shan was overpowered by the cloud soul sound rending leopard until he could not catch his breath. Very soon, he was covered all over with wounds. The guard team was surrounded by large numbers of demonic beasts and already had no way out. The numbers were dwindling. The originally close to 100-people team was only left with over 20 people. Just as everyone lost all hope, the group of demonic beasts suddenly stopped the attacks. Even the Cloud Soul Sound, rending leopard, also stopped its attacks against Zhang Shun. Zhang Shun's breathing was ragged, dark golden-colored bloodstains everywhere on his body. Under everyone's protection, Liang Wanrong was slightly better than the rest. But it was also just a little better. The current Liang Wanrong was dressed in tattered clothes. Quite a number of places were ripped apart by demonic beasts, just like a beggar. Although the group of demonic beasts stopped the assault, they surrounded and did not attack, and did not have the intention of letting everyone go. "Second Miss, are you all right?" Zhang Shun asked. "I'm still all right." "Zhang Shun, what's the situation?" Liang Wanrong said with a gloomy look. Zhang Shun shook his head and said, "I don't know. The demonic beasts in a beast tide are all in a berserk state. Logically speaking, this kind of situation won't happen. Looking at these demonic beasts' appearance, a beast king might have appeared." Zhang Shun was a veteran and made his own judgment on this situation. It was just that this judgment made everyone despair. A Cloud Soul Sound, rending leopard was enough for them to choke on already. A beast king that even it had to steer clear of? What would it be like? Liang Wanrong's face revealed a look of unwillingness. She did not imagine that disappointing elder sister could not even delay for a while. What a good-for-nothing. As for Yi Yuan, she thought even lesser of him. Just a cripple, he would probably be torn to pieces by those demonic beasts instantly. Boom, boom, boom. The entire myriad beast forest started quaking from these heavy footsteps. These demonic beasts all trembled incessantly, lowering their proud heads. A beast king Pa-S sing through myriad beasts prostrated in wars. I+P. The faces of Zhang Shun and the rest became even more incredibly ugly. This commotion, there was definitely an even more powerful divine beast appearing. A giant elephant approached from far away, entering everyone's line of sight. Even that Cloud Soul Sound, rending leopard, also opened up a path, clearly incredibly wary of this giant elephant. It's a Devil Heaven giant elephant. This Devil Heaven giant elephant is a late-stage rank 1 divine beast. Zhang Shun exclaimed. That Cloud Soul Sound rending leopard was merely an initial stage rank 1 divine beast. A late-stage rank 1 demonic beast was sufficient to become the beast king among these demonic beasts already. No wonder these demonic beasts all submitted in wars. I+P. Your Excellency, you look on that Devil Heaven giant elephant's back. Seems like there's somebody, a subordinate suddenly said to Zhang Shun. Zhang Shun was startled and could not help looking over at that elephant's back. Sure enough, he discovered 2 silhouettes. It was just because of the angle. He could not see those 2 figures clearly, but without a doubt, there were really people riding on the elephant's back. This shock was by no means insignificant. A late-stage, rank 1 Devil Heaven giant elephant's strength was incomparably fearsome. Even in Jewel Hill City, the martial artists capable of rivaling it were not many either. But now, there was actually someone riding on its back. Divine beasts and ordinary demonic beasts were different. Each one was incomparably blee. Even if the martial artist's strength was stronger than them, it was also impossible to allow the other party to ride on its back, unless the martial artist's strength was powerful to a certain degree, and subdued the Devil Heaven giant elephant to become a mount. Could it be that the strength of those 2 people on the elephant's back was actually so formidable? Zhang Shun's face suddenly revealed a look of wild elation, and he said to Liang Wanrong, "Second Miss, perhaps we're not fated to die." Liang Wanrong was thrilled and immediately understood Zhang Shun's meaning. She shouted in the Devil Heaven giant elephant's direction in a clear voice, "Seniors, this junior is the daughter of Jewel Hill City's Liang family. I, unfortunately, encountered this beast tide when Pa-S sing through the myriad beast forest. Hope that 2 seniors can take action to rescue us. The Liang family will definitely thank the 2 seniors considerably. The Liang family's influence in the Jewel Hill City area was still very great. Liang Wanrong believed that the other party definitely heard of the Liang family's great name before. At this time, the Devil Heaven giant elephant came close. A mocking voice came from on top of the elephant's back. You guys are too slow. Why have you only walked this far? Chapter 1295, The Kind Wanru. Chapter 1295, The Kind Wanru, Liang Wanrong, Zhang Shun, and the group of guards, their eyes became wide saucers, staring at those 2 figures on the elephant's back in disbelief. They even doubted it, if they saw things wrongly or not. The ones riding on the elephant's back were none other than precisely the Yi Yuan and Liang Wanru, whom they thought had long already perished in the beast's tide. Liang Wanrong was dumbfounded. She did not expect that the seniors she begged were the 2 of them. But how was this possible? What they were riding was a late-stage, rank 1 divine beast. 2 good-for-nothings actually subdued a divine beast? How can you guys? How can Liang Wanrong muttered under her breath, still not believing the truth that she saw in front of her. Not just her. Zhang Shun also had a look of bewilderment. The Devil Heaven giant elephant was very violent. It could be said to kill on sight. It was actually subdued by the 2 of them. Yi Yuan gave them a glance and said with a faint smile, You guys carry on playing, we're just pa-ass. Sing through and won't disturb you all. Liang Wanrong was alarmed inwardly. Once Yi Yuan left, they would be dead for sure. Elder sister, I'm your younger sister. Could it be that you're going to watch your own biological sister be killed by these demonic beasts and do nothing? Liang Wanrong yelled. Liang Wanrong was very smart. She knew that Yi Yuan would not save her, but Liang Wanru would. Sure enough, Liang Wanru's lovely body trembled and used a pleading gaze to look at Yi Yuan. That meaning was already very clear. She hoped for Yi Yuan to save Liang Wanrong. Yi Yuan sighed slightly. This girl was seriously too kind. Even if Liang Wanrong treated her like that, she chose to tolerate it too. However, Yi Yuan was not so kind-hearted. This kind of viper-hearted woman, once he saved her, it might stir up some incidents in the future. Using your own elder sister as bait to exchange for a chance for you to escape. Miss Wanrong, you're really a good sister. Now, you want to exploit Miss Wanru's kindness again. Liang Wanrong bit her lower lip tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. It was truly a sight that made people unable to help showing tender care. Sister, I was wrong. I really know that I was wrong. Just now, Wanrong was muddled for a moment too. That's why I would do that kind of thing that's worse than pigs or dogs. Sniff, sniff. As she said, Liang Wanrong started sniveling. That appearance was delicate and touching. Liang Wanru indeed softened her heart. She reached out her fair fingers and tugged the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves, the imploring look in her eyes even thicker. Seeing this scene, Liang Wanrong secretly rejoiced. This foolish elder sister was really a goody-two-shoes. There was a chance. Yi Yuan was silent and did not speak. Liang Wanru increased her strength again, tugging the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves. Tears were almost about to burst out. Yi Yuan heaved a slight sigh and said, All right, I hope that you don't regret it. Experiencing 2 lifetimes, Yi Yuan understood human nature too well. Liang Wanrong, this kind of person, absolutely belonged to that incorrigible category. Saving her today, not only would she not be grateful, she might even harbor resentment instead. Seeing Yi Yuan relent, Liang Wanrong and the group of guards all revealed looks of wild ecstasy on their faces. Great. Thank you, brother-in-law. Liang Wanrong blurted out, directly calling Yi Yuan as her brother-in-law. Yi Yuan sneered coldly in his heart. Liang Wanrong's performance was too clumsy in his eyes. One act also got to act more realistically. Cover up that hint of killing intent in your eyes, all right? However, Liang Wanru blushed heavily and waved her hands repeatedly. The two of them were sitting on the elephant's back, currently, one in front, one at the back. Although Yi Yuan was very proper, it was indeed somewhat ambiguous. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Guys, make way." Under Yi Yuan's order, those demonic beasts indeed clamored to open up a path. Seeing this scene, Zhang Shun's eyes popped out. He thought that these demonic beasts were afraid of the Devil Heaven giant elephant. Looking at it now, they were actually afraid of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was merely a cripple whose divine sea was crippled. How could he possibly make these demonic beasts fear him, like so? On what basis? More importantly, among these demonic beasts, there was even the Cloud Soul Sound, rending leopard and Devil Heaven giant elephant. This kind of divine beasts. How could Zhang Shun know that even though Yi Yuan's cultivation was completely wasted, the dragon race aura on his body was still there? Dustless had said that the dragon race was an extremely divine beast bloodline, even in the Heavenspan world, too. After Yi Yuan broke through to deity realm, his bloodline already evolved to divine rank. How could these demonic beasts in the myriad beast forest dare to be unbridled in front of him? A mere beast tide was nothing to fear to Yi Yuan at all. Yet Liang Wanrong fancied herself smart and played out a disgusting scene, completely exposing her nature. Zhang Shun stared at Yi Yuan, his gaze full of fear. This man that came out of Dinos seemed to be very extraordinary. He felt more and more that Yi Yuan was an enigmatic existence. Clearly could not even condense divine essence, but his means emerged in endless streams. To be able to make the demonic beasts in the beast tide afraid to such an extent, even heaven-glimpsed deity realm powerhouses could not do it too. Zhang Shun thanks Brother Yi for your life-saving grace on behalf of my brothers. Where I've offended previously, I hope that Brother Yi is magnanimous enough to forgive. Zhang Shun bowed toward Yi Yuan and said with a salute. Yi Yuan said indifferently, "Want to thank Miss Wanru. With my temper, I absolutely won't save you all." Zhang Shun could not help choking up. He did not think that Yi Yuan was so apathetic about giving face. But at this time, it was also not up to him to not be unhappy. Hence, he gave thanks to Liang Wanru again. Yi Yuan and Liang Wanru, the two of them, rode the Devil Heaven giant elephant and Pa-S, said right through the myriad beast forest before putting it back. Along the way, it was awe-inspiring. Liang Wanrong could not even straighten her legs when riding in front of the Devil Heaven giant elephant. She could only drag her injured body and walk together with the group of guards. Along the way, she was also much more obedient and did not dare to be as arrogant and bossy as before. When the Devil Heaven giant elephant left, it even raised its trunk like it was paying tribute to Yi Yuan. Seeing this scene, the group of guards could not help clicking their tongues in wonder. This scene they had never seen before yet. These few days, Yi Yuan already completely absorbed the medicinal strength of the profound essence pill. But due to him being too heavily injured this time, his fleshy body only recovered 40 to 50%. Traveling several more days, this party finally arrived at Jewel Hill City. Zhang Shun clasped his hands at Yi Yuan and said, "Brother Yi, this place is Jewel Hill City already. I wonder what your plans are." Yi Yuan gave Liang Wanru a glance and said, "Miss Wanru's life-saving grace, this he hasn't repaid yet. How about I go to the Liang family together with you all? May I?" Yi Yuan originally planned on parting ways with this group of people after coming to Jewel Hill City. As for Liang Wanru's life-saving grace, he would naturally repay it in the future. But now, he could not quite feel Rea's short about Liang Wanru. He could only enter the Liang family together with her. Actually, Zhang Shun hoped for Yi Yuan to leave. He was very apprehensive towards Yi Yuan right now. Furthermore, along the way, the things that Yi Yuan saw were too many. It might be detrimental to the second miss. But Yi Yuan wanting to enter the Liang family, he really did not have a reason to refuse. With Miss Wanru around, it was also useless if he rejected it. When Liang Wanru saw Yi Yuan say so, her eyes revealed a look of pleasant surprise. Hooray, hooray! For brother-in-law to be able to enter the Liang family. It's really excellent. As the younger sister, I'll definitely repay your life-saving grace properly. But Liang Wanrong agreed with a cheerful expression. Zhang Shun glanced at her and sighed helplessly. This little S. Does she really think that Yi Yuan is so easy to deal with? Him entering the Liang family, whether it was catching a turtle in a jar or inviting a wolf into the house, it was really hard to say. Chapter 1296. Husband and Wife Devising a Stratagem. Chapter 1296. Husband and Wife Devising a Stratagem. Little brother Yi, all thanks to you for this trip. Otherwise, this Liang really wouldn't know how to face my 2 daughters anymore. Family head is too kind. This Yi just knows some beast taming arts and just happened to come in handy during the beast tide. Want to really thank. It should also be this Yi saying it. If not for Miss Wanru, this Yi would already be a corpse exhibited in the wilderness right now. Little brother Yi is too humble. Since little brother Yi has nowhere to stay, then stay in the Liang family first. When little brother Yi finds a place to stay, it's not late to move out then as well. Then I'll have to impose on family head. Liang Mingyu was evidently a sly old businessman at a glance, very worldly wise. But his strength was not weak. He was a middle-stage, grotto-profound deity realm powerhouse. These words sounded courteous, but it gave Yi Yuan a faint sense of alienation. Even though Yi Yuan saved Liang Wanru and sister, Liang Wanru also saved Yi Yuan, and even gave Yi Yuan to eat the profound essence pill. After listening to Zhang Shun's report until the end, Liang Mingyu could not help feeling pain. In Jewel Hill City, the profound essence pill was a life-saving medicinal pill. He also knew that he owed Liang Wanru quite a lot these few years. Hence, that was why he left this medicinal pill to her for preserving her life. He did not expect that his daughter actually gave it to a stranger. But speaking of which, if not for this daughter being kind-hearted, saving an inconsequential Yi Yuan, she would probably have already perished in the belly of demonic beasts at this time too. This was also considered kindness begets kindness. But toward this Yi Yuan whose background was unknown, Liang Mingyu held a little caution. He doted on his eldest daughter very much and could not bear to make her upset. That was why he agreed for Yi Yuan to stay. Later on, finding a reason, he was planning on chasing Yi Yuan out of the Liang family. He did not wish to raise a cripple at home. Actually, the intent of chasing away was already very clear in his words. He hoped that Yi Yuan could be a bit sensible and take the initiative to leave himself. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually pretended not to understand and climbed up along the shaft, lingering in the Liang family. Ling Mingyu was unhappy in his heart, but he naturally would not show it on the surface. With his means, wanting to chase a cripple out of the Liang family was too easy. In a room, Liang Wanrong had watery eyes, lodging a complaint in front of a fat-headed and large-eared woman. This fat lady was precisely her mother, called W.A.N.G. Pianran. It was just that this woman was completely mismatched with the Pianran 2 words, giving people an extremely disgusting feeling, sup 1/sup. For this kind of woman to be able to give birth to a beauty like Liang Wanrong, it was also all thanks to Liang Mingyu. But in the Liang family, Liang Mingyu really did not dare to offend this female big shot. Back then, the Liang family fell into a crisis and was almost destroyed. It was all thanks to W.A.N. G. Pianran marrying over the Liang family and W.A.N. G family joining in marriage that they survived the crisis. W.A.N. G. Pianran considered herself to be the savior and was very domineering in the Liang family. Mom, you aren't aware. That punk knows how to cast evil arts and cheated this daughter bitterly. I suspect that the beast tide this time was summoned by him originally. He definitely took fancy on Liang Wanru, that S.L.U.T's looks, and deliberately tried to ingratiate himself to her. Fortunately, daughter was astute. Otherwise, Mother, you probably can't see Ronger anymore. Sniff, sniff. Liang Wanrong pounced into her mother's embrace, crying her eyes out. She gave embellishment to the events during the trip for W.A.N. G. Pianran to hear. W.A.N. G. Pianran doted on this daughter like crazy in the first place. Even if she did not add color details, she also would not be courteous towards Liang Wanru and Yi Yuan. Seeing her daughter cry so mournfully, she was even more livid with rage, the flesh on her face piling together. Ronger, you rest assured. Mother will definitely seek justice for you. It's fine if that brat was a little sensible and leaves, but since he came to the Liang family, then he only has one path to H.L.L. Also, that S.L.U.T. looks like Mother was still too lenient towards her normally. This time, I have to make her remember it well. A cold light shone in W.A.N. G. Pianran's gaze, and she shouted, "Come, men!" A maidservant entered F.L.U.S. tearfully and greeted with folded hands at the lower right side, saying, "Madam, call Liang Mingyu over for me, at once." Immediately, W.A.N. G. Pianran said sternly, "Yes, madam." The maidservant was clearly very scared of this fatty, hurriedly scrambling away. "Liang Mingyu, let me tell you, that brat who's surnamed Yi must die, otherwise I'll bring Ronger back to the W.A.N. G family tomorrow." W.A.N. G. Pianran said fiercely. Liang Mingyu felt his head swell, fed up with this woman to the extreme. Back then, he was left with no other choice that he married this fat and ugly woman. Although he made it through the hurdle, it was also considered to have invited a wolf into the house. This woman was just like a mad dog, aggressive and overbearing, taking herself to be the Liang family's matron, wanting to stick a hand into everything. It was also precisely because of, so that Liang Mingyu missed his former wife, Liang Wanru's mother, even more. Similarly, a woman, but why was the difference so great? But even so, he could only swallow his grievances and said with difficulty, This isn't too nice, right? After all, Yi Yuan saved our two daughters. If he dies in the Liang family for unknown reasons, who would still dare to do business with our Liang family in the future? W.A.N. G. Pianran's expression turned cold, and she said, "Liang Mingyu, don't give me that. As long as you make him die unbeknown to G.O.D.S. and ghosts, who would know that there was this matter. Just a cripple. Would somebody be concerned that this world lost a cripple? Saved our two daughters? Perhaps that beast tide was summoned by him in the first place?" Liang Mingyu's eyes narrowed. He really had not thought of this possibility before. When W.A.N. G. Pianran saw this, she suddenly changed her tone and said, "Liang Mingyu, that punk's beast taming abilities are extraordinary, as long as you can pry open his mouth. W-A-N-G. Pianran had a sinister look, her face very proud of herself. Even though she had a large head and big ears, she was not stupid. In reality, W-A-N-G. Pianran's deviousness was much deeper than Liang Wanrong. Otherwise, on what basis could she suppress the head of a family, Liang Mingyu? When Liang Wanrong spoke of Yi Yuan's beast-taming ability, she had the idea already. Yi Yuan, a cripple, was actually able to control a late-stage, rank 1 Devil Heaven giant elephant. If this kind of method was obtained by the Liang family, then the Liang family would be able to become Jewel Hill City's #1 great family in one leap. There were quite a number of divine beasts inside the myriad beast forest. Randomly catching a few over, this combat strength could not be overlooked too. Liang Mingyu's entire body trembled. The greedy look in his eyes could not be concealed anymore. Ha, wifey is truly my better half. Ever since marrying wifey, my Liang Mingyu's development these few years has become smoother and smoother. Now, there are even hopes of becoming Jewel Hill City's #1 family. Liang Mingyu said with an excited look. Yi Yuan's life and death, he did not care. What he minded were just Liang Wanru's thoughts. But now W-A-N-G. Pianran's words completely roused the ambition in his heart. Beast-taming arts capable of controlling a late-stage rank 1 divine beast. How could it not make people drool with envy? Compared to Jewel Hill City's #1 family, what did Yi Yuan's little life count as? W-A-N-G. Pianran said proudly. That is, of course, I know that you still miss the dead ghost these few years, but you also didn't think it over properly. If there wasn't me, W-A-N-G. Pianran, how can you have the time to contrast past misery with present happiness? Chapter 1297, 1-star Heavenly Mark Pill. Chapter 1297, 1-star Heavenly Mark Pill. Yi Yuan was completely unaware that the Liang family already viewed him as a fat lamb planning on assassinating him. What he had a headache over currently was how to repair his divine essence and let himself recover essence energy. Divine C damaged, essence energy utterly lost. Yi Yuan was unable to refine pills at all. Unable to refine pills, his divine C would be unable to recover. This was an endless loop, making his head swell. Of course, Yi Yuan could be said to be a complete layman towards medicinal pills right now. The him who triggered Heavenly Tao with Alchemy Tao was a complete and utter layman here. The current Yi Yuan was sitting in the dark. Senior Dustless, I wonder if you have any ways to resolve my current predicament. Yi Yuan was helpless and could only turn to Dustless for help. After all, Dustless followed Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove and traversed the heaven-span world unobstructed. The things that he knew were far more compared to him. Dustless said huffily, "No to ask this old man for help now. Back then, I told you not to flaunt your superiority. Now, suffered the fruits of your own evil deeds, right?" Yi Yuan chuckled, smiled slightly, and said nothing. Dustless punch landing on cotton, he could not help billowing his beard and glared as he said, "Kid, not that I'm scaring you, but your current condition is basically considered crippled already. Not that there's no method, but for you to want to repair the divine C, it at least has to wait 100 years to." But Yi Yuan's eyes lit up and said, "It's good that there's a way. What does 100 years time count for?" Dustless said with a cold smile, 100 years is certainly nothing to you, but that little friend of yours can't wait 100 years. Yi Yuan's expression instantly became ugly, and he said, "Senior, what do you mean? Could it be that the soul-suppressing pearl can't even maintain Ling Xue's spiritual consciousness for 100 years' time?" Dustless was also helpless as he said, If I'm at my heyday, forget about 100 years. Even 1,000,000 years isn't an issue either. But my current state, I can at most last for another 10 years, and I'll fall into a slumber again. Yi Yuan's heart thumped, not expecting that Dustless's condition was actually bad to such an extent. He drew a deep breath and said, "Senior, I wonder how can I let you recover strength?" Dustless sighed and said, "The 3 great Empyrean spirit treasures are connected by blood with heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. Upon Immortal Grove's death, the 3 great Empyrean spirit treasures will suffer severe damage. Hence, that's why this old man fell asleep. Although you let this old man wake up, if you can't provide sufficient nourishment for this old man will still decline all the way until I fall asleep. Originally, absorbing the death soul tree, it's also not to the point of falling asleep so quickly, but sustaining the vitality of that little friend of yours needs to consume quite a bit of strength. In my current state, I can at most still last for 10 years. Only then did Yi Yuan know how serious the state of affairs were. Once Dustless fell asleep, he would not be able to maintain Mu Lingshue's spiritual consciousness, and she would die. Want to let the soul-suppressing pearl keep on sustaining. That will require an endless supply of nourishment. But in his current condition, where would he go to provide nourishment? Everything had to wait for him to recover his strength before talking. A 10-year period was merely a snap of a finger in the heavenspan world. One could not even raise their cultivation by a trace. This point Yi Yuan had known long ago. The cultivation of the martial artists here was easily calculated with 100,000 years. Deity realm powerhouses were merely the heavenspan world's ants too. Only by cultivating to the Divine Lord realm could it be considered to have minor accomplishment. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and opened his mouth to say, "Senior Dustless, what's the method that you speak of just now?" At this very moment, Yi Yuan himself was already at the ends of his rope and could only place hopes on completing the method that Dustless mentioned as soon as possible. Dustless being so unhappy was also because of this reason. He had a way, but for the current Yi Yuan to want to complete this method, that was virtually something impossible. He gave a drawn-out sigh and said, "In the heavenspan world, there's a kind of pill refining method called Formation Tao Pill Refinement. Right now, your divine essence is completely gone. Only with this channel can you refine medicinal pills. With your divine C's degree of damage, a low-grade tier, 1 divine pill, 1-star heavenly mark pill, is sufficient already. It's just too bad that both your essence energy realm and alchemy Tao already broke through to deity realm, but your formation Tao didn't. Moreover, you're completely clueless about divine pills. The refining difficulty of divine pills is completely not what mortal-grade medicinal pills can compare to. Forget about 10 years. Even if I give you 100 years' time, you might not be able to refine a 1-star heavenly mark pill too. The mystic-grade medicinal pill that had once let Yi Yuan command the winds and clouds in the Immortal Grove world, it merely became the mortal-grade medicinal pills from Dustless' mouth presently. It was not that Dustless looked down on Yi Yuan. In fact, he already regarded Yi Yuan very highly. How could heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's pill formulas be so easy to refine? If ordinary alchemists were able to refine, Dustless would not be so desperate too. This Jewel Hill city had alchemists who could refine the profound essence pill. Worst come to worst, hand the pill formula over to the other party, it could always succeed. But the problem was this 1-star heavenly mark pill, ordinary alchemists could not refine it at all. The profound essence pill was not even fit to carry shoes in front of the 1-star heavenly mark pill. The profound essence pill, as long as one's realm reached, refining was not hard. Although a 1-star heavenly mark pill was a low-grade tier, one divine pill. It required profound understanding towards alchemy Tao to be able to refine it. Skill being lacking, it was pointless no matter how high the realm. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said with a solemn expression, Senior, for the average person to become an initial rank 1-star alchemy G. OD, how long does it normally take? The alchemy G. Oh, D realm was divided into 9 stars. The profound essence pill and 1-star heavenly mark pill both belong to tier 1 divine pills. 1-star alchemy G. Oh, D could refine already. Of course, one was an initial rank alchemy G. Oh, D, while the other was a high rank alchemy G. Oh, D, Dustless said, the alchemy Tao that you understood is merely just a portion of the heavenly Tao which Immortal Grove comprehended. You were able to trigger the Immortal Grove, heavenly Tao. But in front of the Heavenspan world's heavenly Tao, it's not worth mentioning at all. In the Heavenspan world, alchemy Tao is even more extensive and profound. For ordinary people, even if their alchemy Tao talent is exceedingly good, it requires 1,000 years' time too before they can have a preliminary grasp of the medicinal pill's refinement and become a 1-star alchemy G. OD. Hence, in the Heavenspan world, the status of alchemy G. O. DS are even higher than in the Immortal Grove world. Yi Yuan drew a cold breath when he heard that. Only now did he know how precious that profound essence pill was. Yi Yuan merely used 300 years' time to cultivate to peak alchemy emperor back then. Now, wanting to cultivate to initial rank 1-star alchemy G. Oh, D actually required 1,000 years' time. Furthermore, this was even just the most elementary level initial rank 1-star alchemy G. Oh, D, refining a 1-star heavenly mark pill, an ordinary initial rank 1-star alchemy G. Oh, D definitely would not do. Even though Dustless did not say, Yi Yuan reckoned that wanting to reach the level of being able to refine a 1-star heavenly mark pill, it probably needed at least over 2,000 years' time to. Coming back to his sense from shock, Yi Yuan asked, Since that's the case, why does Senior say that this junior requires 100 years' time? Dustless said, Of course it's because of the world-suppressing steel. You broke through to Deity realm. You can activate some of the world-suppressing steel's functions already. And apart from inscribing the Immortal Grove, heavenly Tao, the world-suppressing steel's greatest use is being able to change the flow rate of time. Yi Yuan's gaze sharpened. This function, he had already coveted it for a long time. He did not expect that he could actually use it already. Chapter 1298, A Man Without Money is No Man at All. Chapter 1298, A Man Without Money is No Man at All. Hey, don't be happy too early. The world-suppressing steel can only activate the first layer, S, P, A, C right now. The time ratio is only 1 to 10. Your talent is indeed pretty good, but the Heavenspan world's talents are way stronger. Immortal Grove was one of them. Even for him, reaching this step took 1,000 years too. Even if your talent is greater than his, 800 years is already the limit too, which is also to say that you only have 80 years' time. These 80 years, you still have to divert attention and learn Formation Tao. 10 years, it's absolutely impossible for you to succeed. Dustless struck down without showing the slightest bit of mercy. In this world, how many dared to say that their talent was even greater than heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove? That was an existence closest to heavenly Emperor, while Yi Yuan was just a native of the Immortal Grove world with innate deficiencies. Wanting to Serpa S. South Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, that was nigh impossible. Dustless estimations were already regarding Yi Yuan infinitely highly. 80 years was the limit that Yi Yuan could reach already. This was already an achievement that Serpa S. said Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. But Yi Yuan could not wait 80 years. He only had 10 years' time. And within 10 years, it was absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to succeed. However, Yi Yuan completely did not have the look of being beaten down on his face. He smiled and said, "Not trying, how would you know?" To Yi Yuan, the most frightening was not difficulties, but having completely no way. As long as there was a way, he could face the difficulties and advance. Wasn't this road crossed this way? Even the deity realm, which no one had achieved in 100,000 years, he succeeded too. Nothing in the world was difficult for one who set his mind to it. If Yi Yuan was scared from beginning to end, it would also be impossible to trigger heavenly Tao and become the controller. Talent was one aspect, but determination and hard work were just as important. Dustless did not think that Yi Yuan was actually not the least bit dispirited. On the contrary, the current Yi Yuan's gaze was sharp, filled with fighting intent from head to toe. Dustless discovered that his understanding of Yi Yuan seemed to be too little. If Long Tongue was here, he absolutely would not say this kind of words. Dustless let out a sigh and said, "Fine then." At this point presently, it seems like there's no other way as well. Although he said so, Dustless did not harbor much hope in Yi Yuan. Reaching initial rank 1-star Alchemy G. Oh, D within 10 years, this was indeed pus. I, plussing people a little too much beyond their power. But the first difficulty put in front of you right now isn't Alchemy Dao and Formation Dao, but Divine Essence Stones, Dustless continued. Yi Yuan froze, also discovering the severity of the problem. He had Dustless mentioned that the Heavenspan world's universal currency was Divine Essence Stones. Furthermore, Divine Essence Stones were not that anybody could have. On mortals, under ordinary circumstances, it was impossible to have Divine Essence Stones. Martial artists cultivating, deducing Formation Dao, all could not dispense with Divine Essence Stones. But now, Yi Yuan was penniless. Even if he wanted to cultivate Formation Dao, there was also no way to start practicing. When at the Immortal Grove world, Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao reached the acme of perfection. Casually refining a few medicinal pills could exchange for money. Therefore, he had never worried about money before. But now, he could only even refine the most basic tier 1 divine pill. Use what to exchange for money? Don't count on the Liang family. It was already pretty good that Liang Mingyu did not drive him out. Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that it was truly a penny stumping a hero. This is really a problem, Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile. And Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. A knocking sound suddenly sounded out outside the door. Opening the door to take a look, it was an unfamiliar little girl. Looking at the appearance, it should be a maidservant. That maidservant was also sizing Yi Yuan up and said doubtfully, "You're Yi Yuan?" When Yi Yuan heard this tone, it seemed like the arrival was somewhat unfriendly. "It's precisely this Yi. May I ask for Mrs. name?" "I'm called Lan Qing, Miss Wanru's personal maidservant." Yi Yuan brows raised, and he said, "So, it's Miss Lan Qing. Is Miss Wanru well?" Lan Qing looked at Yi Yuan and rolled her eyes as she said, "Well, my asterisk, Miss has been grounded." Yi Yuan frowned and asked, "What's going on here?" "What's going on? You still have the cheek to ask. It's all because of you that Miss was grounded by that shrew. Furthermore, she even docked her 3 years of Divine Essence Stones." Talking to the back, Lan Qing suppressed her voice and said that shrew was an existence which she could not provoke. If it was heard by someone, she was dead for sure. Yi Yuan reckoned that the Liang family probably did this in order to stop him from meeting her. That was why it was like this. He only came to the Liang family in order to protect Liang Wanru. But he suddenly discovered that he seemed to be a little too weak and could not help at all. Musing for a moment, Yi Yuan opened his mouth again and said, "Could it be that Miss Lan Qing came to find this Yi in order to denounce me for my crimes?" Lan Qing had already long seen through that Yi Yuan was merely a good-for-nothing who could not cultivate. She did not understand why Miss was so worried about him. She snorted coldly and unwillingly threw Yi Yuan a storage ring, finally muttering to herself, "I really don't know what Miss thinks, clearly a cripple." As she said, she turned right around and left, and could not be bothered to even give Yi Yuan another look. Yi Yuan just smiled and did not mind. He could tell that this Lan Qing was standing up for Liang Wanru, feeling indignant on her behalf. Furthermore, she did not say wrongly either. Wasn't the current him a cripple? The storage ring was an ownerless item. Yi Yuan sunk his divine sense inside and discovered that inside the storage ring there were 100 milky white stones. This La S is really delivering charcoal in the snow to actually send you divine essence stone. Dustless said in surprise. Yi Yuan was stunned and said in surprise, "These are divine essence stone? Such thick spiritual energy." Yi Yuan had never seen before divine essence stones. Only when he heard Dustless gasp did he know that these milky white stones were divine essence stones. Divine essence stones were completely different from essence crystals. When martial artists absorbed the energy inside, they could directly convert it into divine essence. Deity realm martial artists' cultivation could not get away from divine essence stones. The heaven-span world's heaven and earth essence energy was not called essence energy, but called spiritual energy. The energy concentration of spiritual energy was more than goodness knows how many times higher than essence energy, completely another level of energy. And divine essence stones would only be produced in regions with an extremely high concentration of spiritual energy. Unfortunately, these are merely low-grade divine essence stones. Furthermore, the quant 1 Tai is too little, completely not enough for you to cultivate, Dustless said. But Yi Yuan said rather happily, "Having is better than nothing. Senior, this matter brooks, no delay. Where do we start from?" Dustless also knew that time was pressing and did not hesitate at once, saying, "Start from the divine essence pill then. This is the most basic divine pill already. Extract and refine the divine essence inside spirit medicines, condensing to form a pill and providing for martial artists to cultivate. This is the pill formula. You go and buy some spirit medicines back first." Yi Yuan had an additional pill formula in his mind. The spirit medicines that this pill formula needed were not many, looking very simple. Yi Yuan knew that this divine essence pill should be similar to mortal-grade medicinal pills, the likes of the essence gathering pill and explosive yuan pill. Of course, this was completely the medicinal pills of two worlds. Yi Yuan already made up his mind to definitely comprehend the divine essence pill within the shortest time. As long as he could refine the divine essence pill, he would be able to rely on selling medicinal pills for a living. Chapter 1299, Myriad Treasure Tower. Chapter 1299, Myriad Treasure Tower. Forget about the Liang family. "Senior, where do we go to buy spirit medicines?" Yi Yuan said. Dustless said, "Go to the Myriad Treasure Tower then." The word of mouth of the Myriad Treasure Tower under Empyrean Myriad Treasure is still very secure. When Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was alive, he liked to go to the Myriad Treasure Tower to buy things too. Yi Yuan nodded his head. Even Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove acknowledged it, so he naturally would not have any objections. Getting his things in order, Yi Yuan went straight out of the Liang family. Inquiring, Yi Yuan headed for the Myriad Treasure Tower. Dustless's voice sounded out in Yi Yuan's mind. "Kid, there's a tail following. It's that Zhang Shun." Yi Yuan was alarmed inwardly, but his expression did not change. He continued walking forward. The Heavenspan world was totally different from the Immortal Grove world. Yi Yuan's divine sense could only extend roughly the distance of 100 feet here. Furthermore, the heavenly Tao's suppression toward martial artists here was exceptionally powerful. Under Divine Lord Realm, martial artists were unable to fly. Hence, Yi Yuan's perception was far from as sensitive as at the Immortal Grove world. Fortunately, Dustless was incomparably powerful. At practically the first instant, he detected Zhang Shun's existence. Zhang Shun was probably up to no good chasing after him. Looks like Liang Mingyu had some devious ideas, Yi Yuan replied, and most likely took a fancy on that so-called beast taming technique of yours. Dustless said, I can't return to the Liang family anymore. What should I do? Yi Yuan asked. No worries. You have divine essence stones on you, can go to the Myriad Treasure Tower and rent a cultivation room, and focus on figuring out Formation Tao and Alchemy Tao. However, this will have to depend on your comprehension ability. If you're still not able to refine divine essence pills before the divine essence stones are depleted, this little life of yours will probably be hard to preserve. Dustless said. Yi Yuan's brows shot up, but he said with high morale, this is considered driving me into a dead end. Looks like there's only going for broke. Yi Yuan was a cripple now. What could move Liang Mingyu was probably just that non-existent beast taming technique. This was not hard to guess. Luckily, he came out in time. Any later, and he probably would not even be able to leave the Liang family's gate. Yi Yuan hastened his footsteps and arrived at the Myriad Treasure Tower very soon. What a grand Myriad Treasure Tower! In front of him was a magnificent and imposing building, carved BALUS, trades and marble steps, richly decorated jade halls, a grand atmosphere, but completely did not have the air of an upstart. Empyrean Myriad Treasure corroborated his Tao with artifacts, and is the wealthiest heavenly emperor in this Heavenspan world. Even in this remote Jewel Hill city, the Myriad Treasure Tower also isn't what the Liang family, that sort of can rival, Dustless said. Yi Yuan felt a burst of yearning when he heard this, but he recollected his mind very quickly and stepped into the Myriad Treasure Tower. This, sir, our Myriad Treasure Tower has everything under the sun. I wonder, what do you require? A pretty maidservant came up to receive him. She was called Hong Yin, specifically responsible for guiding customers to shop. Seeing Hong Yin, Yi Yuan's gaze involuntarily turned sharp. A little maidservant was actually a Deity realm powerhouse. This Myriad Treasure Tower was indeed extraordinary. Furthermore, this Hong Yin should be able to see through him at a glance. Although there was some disdain in her eyes, it was concealed very well. One could not even hear a trace of impatience in her words. Indeed, well deserving of being a faction under a heavenly emperor's command. I need 5 caddies of divine rain silk, 8 caddies of golden wind, immortal GRA. 6 caddies of heavenly silk crystal. Yi Yuan listed out 5 to 6 kinds of divine rank spirit medicines in one go. Although these spirit medicines were divine rank spirit medicines, they were all entry level. Hong Yin could not help being stunned when she heard these, but felt at ease very soon. These spirit medicines were all beginner alchemist spirit medicines. They were normally used for newcomers to get started. This youth in front of her did not have the slightest trace of divine essence undulations. He was probably a cripple. He should be a servant of some alchemy D master running errands for him. All right, sir. I'll send someone to fetch it at once. Is there still anything else you need? Hong Yin asked again. Yi Yuan continued. I wish to rent a training room. Hong Yin froze. Buying so many spirit medicines and entering a training room for what? Could it be that he did not need to deliver it back for his master? How could a servant be So daring. Suspicions were suspicions. Hong Yin still smiled radiantly and said, "Our myriad treasure towers' training rooms are divided into heaven, earth, mystic, yellow, 4 ranks. Heaven-ranked training rooms are 1,000 pieces of low-grade divine essence stones for a day. Earth-ranked training rooms are 500 low-grade divine essence stones for a day. Mystic-ranked training rooms are 100 low-grade divine essence stones a day. Yellow-ranked training rooms are 10 pieces of low-grade divine essence stones a day." Yi Yuan's face could not help turning stiff. So expensive. He originally planned on renting 10 days. 100 low-grade divine essence stones were gone all at once, while the divine essence stones that Liang Wanru gave him were merely 135 pieces in total. Subtracting away the costs of buying spirit medicines, what could he cultivate still? Yi Yuan knew that the purchasing power of divine essence stones was still quite okay, but the cultivation rooms in the Myriad Treasure Tower were truly too expensive as well. Is there a cheaper cultivation room? Yi Yuan thickened his skin and asked. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart for a while. He did not expect that he would actually have a day where he was so miserable too. Fortunately, before he came to the Heavenspan world, he already had sufficient mental preparations, and it was not to the extent of having a huge psychological drop. It was just somewhat sighing emotionally. Hong Yin felt a bout of contempt in her heart. No money. Put on an act for what? Contempt was contempt, but Hong Yin was a very professional maidservant. She smiled faintly to Yi Yuan and said, "Of course. We still have ungraded cultivation rooms here. It only requires 4 pieces of low-grade divine essence stones a day. But these ungraded cultivation rooms, the effects are much poorer, the cost-to-performance ratio isn't high. Does Sir really want to rent it?" Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. He only asked tentatively, did not expect that there really was. He was only renting the cultivation room in order to refine pills. Good or bad did not matter. Right now, he did not have the qualifications to cultivate at all. "All right, I'll rent for 10 days. You have someone directly deliver the spirit medicines to the cultivation room," Yi Yuan said straightforwardly. Hong Yin did not expect that Yi Yuan really rented it. She was very perplexed by Yi Yuan's actions. Could it be that this young man, who did not even have divine essence, actually wanted to refine pills himself? "You have got to be kidding." The professional Hong Yin smiled faintly again and said, "Okay, sir." Adding the spirit medicines that you bought previously, it's 68 pieces of low-grade divine essence stones in total. Please pay the bill first. Yi Yuan felt his flesh hurt, retrieving 68 pieces of divine essence stones from within the storage ring and paid the bill. With this, inside his storage ring was only left with 67 pieces of divine essence stones. If he was unable to use these 67 pieces of divine essence stones to refine a divine essence pill, then what awaited him shall be death. Right now, Yi Yuan already had no paths of retreat. "Oh, right, if I can refine divine essence pills, will your myriad treasure tower accept it?" Yi Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Hong Yin was stunned. This was still her first time encountering such a person. Buying spirit medicines at the Myriad Treasure Tower, he actually wanted to refine into medicinal pills and sell to the Myriad Treasure Tower. But she already confirmed one thing. This young man renting a practice room was really to refine pills himself. However, a youth who did not even have divine essence, what right did he? No, wait, formation Tao pill refinement. Hong Yin's entire body suddenly trembled, thinking of a kind of possibility. But how is this possible? Formation Tao pill refinement. In this Jewel Hill city, there should be no one able to do it, right? Chapter 1300, Medicinal Properties of Divine Rank Spirit Medicines. Chapter 1300, Medicinal properties of divine rank spirit medicines. Divine pills are naturally accepted, but it will have to depend on what grade of divine essence pill you refine. Our myriad treasure tower guarantees quality. Divine essence pills lower than middle grade. We won't accept any. Hong Yin was shocked inwardly, but was still calm on the surface. Furthermore, she was very puzzled. This youth seemed to be very short on money. But if he really knew formation Tao pill refinement, how could he possibly be poor until he could not even afford to rent a yellow rank cultivation room? But Yi Yuan did not mind Hong Yin's words. He asked, "I wonder what's your acquisition price?" Hong Yin was not impatient and replied, "Middle-grade divine essence pill, 25 pieces of low-grade divine essence stones. High-grade divine essence pills, 80. Superior-grade divine essence pills, 400 pieces." Middle-grade divine essence pills' selling price was 30 pieces of low-grade divine essence stones. High-grade was 100 pieces, superior grade was 500 pieces. Since the myriad treasure tower purchased medicinal pills, they naturally wanted to earn the price difference. This price was already very fair. In reality, the one that sold the most was still low-grade divine essence pills. The majority of martial artists could only afford to consume low-grade. Because divine essence pills were running stock medicinal pills for martial artists to cultivate, middle grade was still a little okay. High grade would easily require hundreds of divine essence stones. Ordinary martial artists really could not afford it. As for superior grade divine essence pills, that was really a sky-high price. But what the myriad treasure tower walked was the quality goods route. Hence, low-grade divine essence pills, which did not meet the mark, they did not sell at all. Yi Yuan nodded and said to Hong Yin with clasped hands, "Thank you very much, Mississippi." Looking at Yi Yuan's departing back view, Hong Yin's beautiful eyes swiveled around. Although she did not think that Yi Yuan could refine divine essence pills, she garnered interest in Yi Yuan. After entering the cultivation room, Yi Yuan directly sunk his divine sense into the world-suppressing steel according to the method that Dustless said. Suddenly, his eyes blurred, directly entering inside a milky white SPAC. Yi Yuan discovered that the time flow rate here was indeed much faster than the outside world. "Senior, get started then." Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said with a firm gaze, he only had 10 days, which were 100 days, time inside the world-suppressing steel. A 100 days time to use to master formation Tao pill refinement. This was an incomparably arduous challenge. He did not have any time to waste. This was a virtually impossible task. Tao-defying pill said, compared to mortal-grade medicinal pills, the refinement threshold of divine pills is much higher. You had once refined the Tao-defying pill before. Even though that medicinal pill was incredible, it's also still in the scope of mortal-grade medicinal pills. Divine rank spirit medicines, even the lowest level divine rank spirit medicines, the complexity of the medicinal properties is also 10,000 times, even 100,000 times, 1,000,000 times of mortal-grade spirit medicines. Therefore, wanting to refine divine pills, one must first familiarize with the medicinal properties of divine rank spirit medicines. This is a drawn-out process, but you only have 10 chances. The spirit medicines that Yi Yuan purchased were the quant. 1 tie of 10 sets of divine essence pills in total. This was also to say that not only did he have to use these 10 sets of spirit medicines to familiarize himself with the medicinal properties, he even had to use them to attempt pill refinement. Furthermore, he must even succeed in refining a middle-grade divine essence pill. This difficulty was too great. Dustless sighed and said, "Kid, even if it's heavenly Empyrean immortal grove, it's also impossible to complete such a refinement. It's really making things hard for you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior, these emotional words, it's not too late to wait until after Yi Yuan fails before talking." Dustless's gaze turned intent, and he said with a nod, "I'll be telling you about the medicinal properties of these few kinds of divine rank spirit medicines. As for how much you can comprehend, it will have to depend on yourself. First, it's the divine rain silk." Dustless talked smoothly, clearly long memorized the medicinal properties of these low-level spirit medicines thoroughly already. However, no matter how familiar Dustless was, that was Dustless's business. Pill, refinement, this sort of thing. Only if the alchemist himself comprehended it could he refine it. Talking and mastering were two completely different things. There was a saying, knowledge from books was ultimately shallow. One must experience it firsthand to know the intrinsic quality. This was the situation. Pill refinement had always been a skill that was continuously refined and tempered, no matter how thoroughly the master expounded. It also required one to explore it little by little. At most, it was just shortening this process. Yi Yuan focused on things the way he had never done before. Every word that Dustless said, he imprinted it firmly in his mind. He did not have many chances to go and repeatedly experience the medicinal properties of these spirit medicines. Then what Dustless said was very important. Refining divine pills, Yi Yuan was an out-and-out novice. But in terms of pill refining experience, few people could match up to Yi Yuan, even if what he refined were all mortal-grade medicinal pills. This talk was 10 days and 10 nights. 100 days. 1/10 was gone in a blink of an eye. Even though Dustless had long warned before, Yi Yuan still did not expect that a mere 5 kinds of lowest-level divine rank spirit medicines were actually complicated to such a degree. In these 10 days, the tie of information which Dustless narrated, even Yi Yuan had the impulse to shrink back at the sound of it. Without the least bit of exaggeration, every kind of spirit medicine was an encyclopedia. At this time, he finally knew why Dustless was so pessimistic about him. The refining difficulty of this divine essence pill. The Tao-defying pill could not catch up to it even by whipping the horse. What Dustless talked about was still just the medicinal properties. The true pill refining process was goodness knows how many times more complicated than this. 100 days' time was indeed too forceful. Ha! Kid, know the difficulty of refining divine pills, right? Now, are you still so confident? Dustless could not resist teasing when he saw Yi Yuan's expression. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly when he heard that and said, "The difficulty is indeed much greater than I imagined. But it's still that sentence. I already have no way out. Since that's the case, then I'll face the difficulties." Done talking, Yi Yuan slowly closed his eyes and started digesting his gains over these 10 days. A colossal amount of information needed him to go and digest little by little. He did not have the conditions to experiment repeatedly. He could only do his homework beforehand. 2 days later, Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes. Dustless said in surprise, "You used 2 days' time and already completely digested it." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Can't say completely digest, but I more or less understand a little. The things that Senior said ultimately needs to be experienced firsthand. Otherwise, everything is just empty talk." Dustless's brows furrowed, and he said, "Kid, I urge that you'd best experience it for a few more days. Your divine sea is damaged. After swallowing these spirit medicines, the medicinal properties will dissipate very quickly. The time left for you is just 1/10, even 1/100th of ordinary martial artists." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Of course I know this, but the verification of medicinal properties, it is still better to experience it firsthand." Finished talking, Yi Yuan did not hesitate either, directly retrieving a portion of divine rain silk and started chewing it bit by bit. At this time, outside the Myriad Treasure Tower, Zhang Shun and another Liang family's family guard were already impatient from waiting. Why hasn't that punk come out after entering the Myriad Treasure Tower? The family guard said. Zhang Shun mused for a moment and said he wouldn't have entered the cultivation room, right? That family guard was stunned and said with a snicker, "Cultivation room? A cripple. Enter a cultivation room. For what? Isn't this taking off the pants to let out a fart an unnecessary move?" Zhang Shun also felt that it was not too likely. But Yi Yuan's staying until now, what could it be apart from entering the cultivation room still? This kid is very strange. Mustn't let down our guard. No matter what, we'd best keep a close watch. If he doesn't come out, then we'll wait until he comes out. Zhang Shun said. Chapter 1301, Selfless Realm. Chapter 1301, Selfless Realm. A surge of sweetness flowed into his heart. The divine rain silk turned into threads of divine essence, entering Yi Yuan's forelimbs and all the bones in his body. Finally, it converged in Yi Yuan's divine sea. Yi Yuan closed his eyes, sampling the divine rain silk's medicinal properties in detail. The knowledge that Dustless narrated rolled swiftly in Yi Yuan's mind, affirming with his experiences one by one. However, after the divine rain silk's medicinal strength entered Yi Yuan's divine sea, it dissipated to nothing very quickly. Very soon, Yi Yuan's divine sea was thoroughly dried up. What did I say? You're purely wasting spirit medicines like this. Digest the things that I said more. Dustless was currently grumbling when he suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan completely ignored him. One look, Yi Yuan actually already entered a meditative state. Dustless was helpless and could only shut up. 2 days later, Yi Yuan swallowed another portion of divine rain silk. Dustless could not do anything to Yi Yuan and could only cuss him out for being a wastrel. But Yi Yuan acted arbitrarily without regard for others' opinion. It was as if he did not hear his words at all. Only at this time did Dustless notice that ever since the first time he swallowed the divine rain silk, Yi Yuan did not seem to have paid attention to him anymore. This guy, he wouldn't have. Dustless sucked in a deep breath. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan became odd. He shut his mouth and just kept looking at him like this. Yi Yuan already completely forgot about Dustless's existence. He was just like a puppet swallowing a portion of spirit medicines every 1 to 2 days. The spirit medicines were reducing one portion by one portion, but Yi Yuan did not have the intention of stopping. In a blink, over 30 days said. 10 sets of complete spirit medicines were only left with 4 sets now. These 30 days, time, Yi Yuan exhausted a full 6 portions of spirit medicines. When Yi Yuan opened his eyes, he discovered that Dustless's breathing became ragged, a pair of eyes staring at him like seeing ghosts. Yi Yuan asked with a curious look, "Senior, what are you doing here? Could it be that there are flowers on my face?" Dustless drew a deep breath and strove to calm his emotions down, and asked Yi Yuan, "You wouldn't have grasped all of it, right?" When he asked this kind of thing, Dustless actually started feeling somewhat worried lest he should lose it. Yi Yuan froze. Only then did he understand that Dustless was asking him if he grasped the medicinal properties of the spirit medicines. Yi Yuan shut his eyes and went through once, and discovered to his pleasant surprise that these spirit medicines' medicinal properties he actually already grasped 70% to 80%. This discovery made Yi Yuan pleasantly surprised. This period of time, he felt like he had a dream. In the dream, he was continuously comprehending these spirit medicines' medicinal properties. No idea how much time had said either. He virtually grasped all of it. He originally thought that he was having a dream. He did not expect that after waking up from the dream, he actually really grasped the medicinal properties of these spirit medicines. This kind of feeling was really like dreaming. Yi Yuan asked Dustless with a look of pleasant surprise and said, "Senior, I already grasped 70% to 80% of the medicinal properties." What's going on here? The corners of Dustless's mouth suddenly twitched, and he asked, "Did you feel like these 30 days' time? It was like having a dream?" Yi Yuan froze and could not help saying in surprise, 30 days? 30 days already gone by. Merely just a dream. Yi Yuan felt that the time was very long in the dream, but after waking up, he also felt that not a long time said. But hearing Dustless meaning, 30 days had actually gone by already. The more he said, the more puzzled Yi Yuan got, totally unaware of what happened. He grasped these spirit medicines' medicinal properties bafflingly. "Did you have a dream?" Dustless suddenly asked. Yi Yuan nodded honestly. "In the dream, did you feel like a very long time had already said?" Yi Yuan nodded once again. "In the dream, did you continuously comprehend the medicinal properties?" Yi Yuan nodded his head repeatedly. Dustless let out a sigh and said, "You, brat, your luck is really excellent to the extreme. In an accident arising from many causes, you actually entered the selfless realm, Sup1/Sup. Selfless realm." Yi Yuan repeated it, clearly very unfamiliar with this realm. Dustless said, "That's right. The so-called selfless realm is a kind of spirit wandering away state. Under this sort of state, no matter what you learn, it's incomparably fast. Since you entered the selfless realm, until now, a total of 30 days, time had said, figuring out 70% to 80% of 5 kinds of divine rank spirit medicines in 30 days. This can simply be rated as a miracle. Only the selfless realm can achieve this kind of effect." Yi Yuan said in surprise, "There's still such a realm? Doesn't that mean that 100 days' time is sufficient for me to refine the divine essence pill? Pooh, you're really shameless. Do you think that selfless realm is so easy to enter, being able to enter this kind of state? Once, you already hit the jackpot. Under Divine Lord Realm, among a million martial artists, there might not be one capable of entering Selfless Realm 2. Among them includes Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm and Origin Deity Realm. Furthermore, even entering once, that's very lucky too. The chances of entering again are even smaller than the first time." Dustless said. Yi Yuan was also secretly dumbfounded when he heard. It looked like he seemed to have really hit the jackpot. "Senior, this selfless realm, just what kind of realm is it?" Yi Yuan said curiously. "Since there are higher realms after Deity Realm, then after Heaven Man Unity Heart Realm, there are naturally higher realms too. Selfless Realm is the Heart Realm after Heaven Man Unity. Heaven Man Unity is the resonance towards Heavenly Tao, while Selfless is in accordance with Heavenly Tao. You definitely found the correspondence point with Heavenly Tao under the heavy pressure. Hence, you temporarily entered Selfless Realm, cultivating by following a normal routine. Only after reaching Divine Lord Realm, creating a world that belongs to you, can you find the correspondence with the Heavenspan world's Heavenly Tao and firmly enter Selfless Realm." Dustless said. The meaning of these words, he said, was very simple. Yi Yuan got very lucky. That was how he entered the Selfless Realm. Wanting to enter again was undoubtedly a fool's ramblings. The disparity between Grotto Profound Deity Realm and Divine Lord Realm was too great. But Yi Yuan laughed open-mindedly and said, "So that's how it is. No matter what, grasping the medicinal properties is good. Senior, can we start expounding on Formation Tao?" Dustless was not as accepting as Yi Yuan. He was still incredibly shocked in his heart. He did not say certain stuff. Those able to coincidentally enter Selfless Realm, the vast majority were all Origin Deity Realm powerhouses. The comprehension of Origin Deity Realms toward Heavenly Tao was already very high. If lucky, one would be able to find the correspondence point with the Heavenspan world's Heavenly Tao, and Origin Deity Realms capable of entering Selfless Realm. The majority were all able to hew open a world, achieving Divine Lord Realm, truly becoming a powerhouse of a region. Those like Yi Yuan, able to enter Selfless Realm after just breaking through to Grotto Profound Deity Realm. One might not even be able to find a few in the entire Heavenspan world. This was the real reason why he was astounded. In other words, as long as Yi Yuan could cultivate to the origin deity realm by following a normal routine, reaching Divine Lord Realm was virtually a shoo-in after entering the deity realm. Even though every step was extremely difficult, there was still a dividing crest between realms. Divine Lord Realm was the first hurdle. Chapter 1302, Pill Formed. Chapter 1302, Pill Formed. Hung In, you normally never make mistakes. But today, you already slipped up quite a number of times. Did you encounter something recently? I see that you seem to be somewhat absent-minded today, an old man said to Hong In. Hong In had worked for the Myriad Treasure Tower for a very long time already. She had never made mistakes before. But today, her entire person seemed to be muddle-headed. It was either counting the divine essence stones wrongly or getting the wrong things for the customer. When the shopkeeper saw this, he could not refrain from coming up to remind. Hong In said slightly apologetically, "Manager Su, really sorry. The mistakes made today, deduct from my wages." Manager Su shook his head and said, "I didn't mean that. This old man sees with my own eyes when you do things normally. So why would I deduct your wages for this minor thing? I see that you keep on looking around today like you're waiting for someone. Could it be that you took fancy on some family's son?" Hong Yin's face flushed bright red, and she hurriedly shook her hand and said, "What's Manager Su thinking of? I was just somewhat curious." Curious? Manager Su wondered. Heavenly Down nodded her head, and did not have the intention of concealing it either, narrating Yi Yuan's unusual situation that day, and said, "Today is just nice the 10th day. Wonder if he succeeded or not. Hence, I've been restless all along." Manager Su chortled with laughter when he heard, and said, "Oh, Hong In, you're also a veteran of the Myriad Treasure Tower already. Why would you have this kind of naive thoughts? A guy who doesn't even have divine essence. How can he possibly refine a divine pill? You also said it, that youth was merely 30 to 40 years old. This age, one can't even accomplish learning the rudiments in alchemy, still want to refine pills with formation Tao. What do you take those alchemy masters in the city to be?" Hong In could not help being stupefied when she heard that. Only then, feeling that she seemed to really be somewhat heading down a blind alley. Around 30 to 40 years old, he was merely a youngster in the Heavenspan world. Just as Manager Su said, how could this age possibly refine pills with formation Tao? And refine divine pills? Hong In was currently in a daze when a suit of azure robes walked out from the inner halls. That place was precisely the direction that led to the cultivation rooms. Yi Yuan walked straight towards Hong In and opened his mouth and said, "Miss, you said before that the Myriad Treasure Tower takes in middle-grade divine essence pills. I wonder if it's still valid?" The moment these words came out, not just Hong In, even Manager Su also shuddered all over, using a gaze like they had seen a ghost to look towards Yi Yuan. You really refined the divine essence pill?" Hong In was even stammering when speaking. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Of course I refined it, but there's only one. I wonder if the Myriad Treasure Tower will accept." Hong In did not answer Yi Yuan, but used a strange gaze to size Yi Yuan up and down. She wanted to find a trace of divine essence undulation from Yi Yuan. But sadly, she was disappointed. No divine essence. Not even the slightest trace. Could it be that you really— Hong Yin's words did not finish yet, and were cut off by Manager Su. He said with Yi Yuan smilingly, Of course, our myriad treasure tower never refuses cooperation with alchemists, as long as the divine essence pill you refined meets the requirements. We'll take them all. Yi Yuan nodded his head and took out a gray-black medicinal pill, medicinal fragrance suffusing everywhere. Hong Yin and Manager Su's gaze turned intent. The quality of this divine essence pill was even better than they imagined. Middle-grade divine essence pill was not without any surprises at all. Good quality ones could come close to high grade. Poor quality ones would also not be too far away from low grade. This middle-grade divine essence pill that Yi Yuan took out, the quality was rather decent, although it was not at the level close to high grade. Compared to middle-grade divine essence pills, the quality was much better. Manager Su said, "Little brother, our myriad treasure tower is equally honest with the old and young when doing transactions. Your middle-grade divine essence pill's quality is pretty good. The selling price will be a little higher than ordinary middle-grade divine essence pills. This medicinal pill, I'll give you 28 pieces of divine essence stones." Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said with clasped hands, "This one should be the manager, right? Then, thank you very much. However, just give me 16 pieces of divine essence stones." "That will do. I still have 3 pieces of divine essence stones here. I still want to rent another day's cultivation room. The rest, help me exchange all of it for the divine essence pill's materials." The remaining 3 pieces of divine essence stones were naturally left over from Yi Yuan developing the array formation. The array formation for refining divine essence pills was called Lesser Divine Essence Formation. This was an array formation specifically created for the divine essence pill. The divine essence stones that it required were not many, just 8 pieces. Yi Yuan had 67 pieces left previously, which was also to say that he only had 8 chances. Although the lesser divine essence formation only required 8 pieces of divine essence stones, the complexity of this array formation far exceeded Yi Yuan's imagination. Lu Linfeng's formation Dao could be said to be a pinnacle existence in the immortal Grove world, so much so that he already deduced the heavenly Dao belonging to him. But those array formations were not worth mentioning at all in front of this puny little lesser divine essence formation. The two were on completely different orders of magnitude. An array formation piled up with a mere 8 pieces of divine essence stones virtually depleted all of Yi Yuan's mental energy. Fortunately, Yi Yuan's formation Dao foundation was much more solid than Dustless imagined. Back then, inside the Peach Blossom formation, Yi Yuan studied the array formation and laid down a solid foundation for divine Dao array formations, making him infer some aspect of divine Dao array formations from a glimpse. Under the heavy pressure, Yi Yuan erupted with limitless potential. He deduced the array formation frenziedly. In the following 55 days, Yi Yuan pushed himself to the limits. That sort of craziness. Even Dustless was secretly dumbfounded when he saw it too, exclaiming that he was sick. However, what surprised Dustless even more was that Yi Yuan actually just lacked a tiny bit more to enter the selfless realm once again. Yi Yuan, at that time, already entered a kind of mysterious state. But in the end, it still fell short of success by 1 step. The selfless realm was too difficult to enter. But Yi Yuan was not without harvests either. It was precisely the critical state this time that let Yi Yuan's formation Dao attainments advance by leaps and bounds, finally comprehending the lesser divine essence formation. At that time, even Dustless, whose eyes were at the top of his head, also screamed out freak. He totally did not expect that Yi Yuan actually really completed an impossible task in a short 100 days' time. Formation Dao, medicinal properties, Yi Yuan comprehended all of it. It was just missing this final step of refinement. Logically speaking, once the lesser divine essence formation was completed, as long as one placed the spirit medicines in a suitable position inside the array formation, it would be able to automatically complete the refinement. But Yi Yuan's comprehension of the lesser divine essence formation was still very shallow. In the process of the pill refinement, various unexpected situations would occur. The time still had 5 days remaining. Yi Yuan still had the last 27 pieces of divine essence stones remaining, which were also 3 refinement opportunities. Because once the array formation activated, the energy inside the divine essence stones would be depleted, becoming barren rocks. The first chance, Yi Yuan's refinement failed without the least bit of surprise. Yi Yuan spent 3 days' time and consolidated the experiences of the first failure. The second refinement, he finally succeeded, but unfortunately, what was refined this time was merely a low-grade divine essence pill. Yi Yuan settled down and researched another day. Finally, at the last juncture, he refined this middle-grade divine essence pill. After Yi Yuan returned to the cultivation room, once more, Hong Yin and manager Su exchanged a glance, both seeing astonishment from the other party's eyes. This boy's talent is truly terrifying. Hong Yin, you continue to pay attention to him. If he needs any help, do whatever it takes. In addition, the divine essence pills that he refines, purchase all of them at a high price. Manager Su said with a slightly solemn gaze.